No throw there. That's complete the first round. Competing in the F20 category, Declan Manning, City of Norwich.
Well, good morning and welcome here to the Bedford International Athletics Stadium. It's the England Athletics Senior Championships. And while there's so much action happening, of course, at the Commonwealth Games, our eyes firmly fixed on this event and track and field medals to be won. All starting, as you can see, with the men's hammer. We're in the first round and we're looking at Declan Manning. So 8 men on the entry list for this senior hammer final. So 7.26k in kilos. And we have the likes of Jack Paget, the British University champion for Loughborough, Ben Hawkes, who won the bronze medal in that, James Hamblin, the Southern champion, Chris Shorthouse, who was the bronze medalist last year. As you can see, the X coming up next to the name for the previous throw, that is for Declan Manning, I believe. We're now moving on to Alex Warner in the yellow and black of Newman Essex Beagles, athlete 538, so that moves us into the second round. So Bedford, very recently, of course, a couple of weeks ago, hosting the England Under-20 and Under-23 Championships. We'll see plenty of title winners and medal winners returning for this. 57.59 coming up for Alex Warner, the measurement. So these athletes with lifetime best ranging around the 60 to the 70 metre mark. In the women's event, we're hoping to see Charlotte Payne, Lottie Payne, who is celebrating being selected for the European Senior Championships in Munich next month, which is fantastic for her. Of course, she won the British title, British Senior again, that is, and phenomenal amount of women making huge improvements on their lifetime bests this year and over the last couple of years. Anna Purchase is one of those. She's going to the Commonwealth Games. I think there are 3 male hammer throwers at the Commonwealths, led by Nick Miller, who'll have hopes of doing well as he defends his title. Craig Murch, last year's champion, is at the Commonwealths also. Looking at James Hamblin there. And in that Loughborough vest wearing 534, you can see that's Ben Hawkes. James Hamblin of London Heathside, so that has gone just short of 60. I believe it was 57, 56 in the first round, so similar sort of distance, 57.03.
57.03, slight improvements. Now it's Ben Hawkes.
So Ben Hawkes then. So British University's bronze medalist, lifetime best of 69.88 at the Loughborough International event this year. So that goes left of the sector after having plenty of height on it.
Now it's Tom Head for his second round throw, 61.55 first round.
The first track event, by the way, will be at 11 o'clock. 400 metre hurdles heats. And we also have the women's shot put getting underway, and we'll bring you some coverage of that as well. So we're still in this second round then of the men's hammer competition. .61.04 coming up next to athlete 535. So that's for Thomas Head. Now moving on to Oliver Graham, 532. The black and white stripes of Shaftesbury Barnet. And that one doesn't make it out of the cage.
So Declan Manning to complete the second round. The women's shot put competition is just commenced. Emma Berg of Athletics Australia just taken her first put. A number of Australian guests appearing at these championships over the weekend. Really added to the programme a couple of weeks ago in the age group championships.
Oh, again.
Well, 14.95 there for Berg, so only just below a PB, so a great start for her.
Well, I'm in here now.
Next in Serena Vincent, Portsmouth athletes.
So into the third round we go with Alex Warner of Newham and Essex Beagles.
Over into the third round of the hammer.
So that lands just short of 60 metres again, so we've seen a few throws around that mark, 57.59 previously for Warner. So you're watching live coverage here from Bedford. Take a look at England Athletics social media. There'll be some results coming through on there, as well as links to event information.
Shauna Thompson just taken her first put.
So 56.79 coming up there.
For Thompson. Great put, first round.
So no improvement for Wagner or Warner. What about Chris Shorthouse? Someone who's gone over 70 metres in the past. So 59.31.
Taking her first put, and the first round will be completed with Sabrina Fortune.
Followed by Emma for the second round.
So midway through this men's hammer final, that's the pale blue Thames Valley Harriers vest of Jack Paget, British University's champion at 68.88, new PB this year, and that is over 60 metres. Well, he was only 6th last year, but well on place to improve on that this year and perhaps get on the podium as well. You can see the effect of the recent hot weather we've had, that the grass naturally looking fairly dry, as you'd expect, as it did a couple of weeks ago. So 61.65 for Paget with his third go. And it's another big throw, but it's been given as a foul for James Hamblin.
shot put, and a bird.
And Hamblin's best so far, 57 metres and 3.
Then Hawks fine through there, 65-67 in the first round.
So Ben Hawks 65-67 so far, and again he might have improved on that. Way on beyond 60 metres there.
67-65, so big improvement there.
67-65 for Ben Hawks. So just a couple of metres off his PB. So women's shot put final scheduled to go off in a few minutes time as well, and then 18 minutes until the first track action as we concentrate solely on the hammer here. And Thomas Head is next to go, yellow vest this time of Newham and Essex Beagles, decent height and well over 60, so competition starting to heat up in this third round. And often no surprise really, because the athletes have had a couple of rounds just to get their eye in, dust off the cobwebs and pick up a rhythm. And now in this third round we're starting to see some of those bigger measurements. And often in the fourth and fifth round you see athletes who've already got a decent mark really go for it and try and put everything together. So going straight into the cage for Oliver Graham of Shaftesbury Barnet there. So it's the red and yellow stripes of City of Norwich Club and Declan Manning. Now winding up, building that rotational acceleration. The hammer is low and short. And between 30 and 40 metres. So the hammer, of course, metal ball attached by steel wire to the grip. All of the athletes wearing gloves.
Yeah.
And that brings us to an end the third round. That excellent throw from Ben Hawks. We saw a moment ago, 67-65.
3 rounds completed the hammer, so reseeding taking place for the order of throwing. Sophie Merritt, 14-40 in the second round. 14-14. So Emma Bird there, Athletics Australia in the third round. Personal best, 15:39. 15:39. Serena Vincent responds. That did 15:79 the first round, so a bit of chalk there, so we'll see.
So the order changes, and now Oliver Graham kicking off our fourth round, wearing 532.
First 16 put on the competition, 16:03 from Serena Vincent.
So 56.82 for Graham. So obviously he's throwing now because he was in 8th place at the end of 3 rounds.
Oliver Graham, Mahama registered his first round, first throw, 6.82.
So Declan Manning, he was in 7th after 3 rounds, and waiting to see what his measurement will be. 33.63. So in this 4th round, you can see the athlete there in the circle. That swinging phase above the head, away from the body initially, building that rotation acceleration, agile feet turning through the circle. And unfortunately didn't get the throwaway. Alex Warner. So obviously he was in 6th place after 3 rounds. We saw his throw of 57.59. Apologies, they changed the numbers while that previous athlete was throwing. So this is Alex Warner, who has a best of 57.59. And he goes out between 50 and 60 metres. So I've just been handed start lists for the 400 metre hurdles. Those hurdles are out there. And this hammer final in its 4th round. So hammer flying cleanly there, and out to the 60 metre mark for Chris Shorthouse. We called his previous throw of 59.31.
60 metre line. Best so far of 59.31.
So that's Shorthouse's best so far until now, improved by 30 centimetres to 59.61. So now our top 3, starting with Thomas Head of Newham and Essex Beagle, 61.04 in the 2nd round. So Thomas Head once again, the swinging phase initially begins to turn and then release and screams after it. Once again, well over 60, so that looks like it could be an improvement for him. I make it that not too big a gap to Paget. I think he only needs 64 centimetres to go up into 2nd place. 62.94. So fantastic stuff for Thomas Head, and subject to confirmation, that moves him up into second place. So now Paget responds, 61.65 in the third round. And he has to just decelerate and stop there. Couldn't get the throw underway, and that is quite a skill actually, to stop rotating while doing so. And let's see if he gives up this fourth effort or is able to just reset and refocus and go again. You can see the clock counting down just outside the circle, just in front of where his feet are on the outside of the cage. So now winding up to go. That quick feet action through the circle, heel toe.
63.81 so far, could challenge that.
And going well over 60 metres, so decent recovery there and refocus in this fourth round. So one more athlete to throw then in this fourth round.
64.29.
64.29, so that is an improvement for Paget.
Ben Hawk's the leader in the circle.
So keeps hold of second place. And that goes crashing into the cage from our leader Ben Hawke. So that should conclude our fourth round. So frustration there for Oliver Graham, as his hammer also does what Ben Hawke's did, and going straight into the cage. Now, of course, into the fifth round.
So now to the fifth round of the hammer competition.
So Ben Hawke 67.65, the best throw so far. Then Jack Paget 64.29. Then Thomas Head 62.94. You're watching live coverage here of the England Athletics Senior Championships from Bedford. 2 days of action to bring you all the way to tomorrow afternoon. So results available on the Roster Athletics app, which you can download.
Manning in the hammer, 33.63 so far, his best.
33.48 for Declan Manning, just a little down on what he did previously. So let's see if we can cross over to the shot put now.
$14.99 there for Emma Berg in the fourth round. Serena Vincent next.
So in this women's shot put final, actually going off a little early than the 10:45 schedule, it looks like, because we're 11 minutes in and they're already into the fourth round, although it is usually one of the faster of the field events. We've got Emma Berg, the Australian, Serena Vincent, course, who's represented Great Britain in the past. The European under-18s, where she was 4th, and the European under-20s as well. She's actually won 10 out of 13 of her competitions this year. Shauna Thompson, multi-talented athletes. Sale Harrier, Sophie Merritt of Bournemouth, and Sabrina Fortune of Deeside.
Just to confirm that once registration is closed, if you want to see what heat you're in, then to go on to roster athletics, that's got all the lineups there, starting lineups.
So a number of Australian guests are here at the moment, as they were 2 weeks ago for the under-20s and under-23s.
There will be 2 semi-finals. There will be the first 3 in each semi-final, and the 2 next fastest qualifiers into the final.
So, well, what I can't use is, no, you're not using that. You're using this.
Is that okay?
Yeah.
So quite small there, hard to see, but I think 12.89 looks like the effort measured there for Sabrina Fortune. As I say, I'm reading that from quite far away. So now into the 5th round of the women's shot put. I know that Serena Vincent previously managed an effort of 15.79. Lifetime best. New lifetime best this year, 16.36. Bronwyn Carter and dad Andrew Vincent, part of her coaching setup. Bronwyn focusing on technical specifics, strength and conditioning. Andrew, training and competition preparation. Serena was throwing in their back garden during lockdown and set some unofficial PBs. And now she's bettering those. Bucks indoor and outdoor champion this year for Portsmouth, really putting them on the map, as she does for the club city of Portsmouth. And also the defending champion.
Circle, improvement there in the hammer competition for Ben Hawkes to 68.34.
So, by the way, Ben Hawkes in the 5th round, the hammer 68.34. So that's the best throw we've seen so far. Well on to Ben Hawkes there. 68.34 has just come up.
So we'll go through the lineup for our first track race of the day, heat 1. Line 1, or line 2 rather. Alexandra Hill and Blackie from Bromley, then Chelsea Walker, City of York. Jasmine Mitchell.
So we'll bring you up to date with results, which you can also check out on the Roster Athletics app of both the shot put and the hammer. I mentioned there 68.34 for Ben Hawkes, who maintains the lead. Some decent improvements behind him for Jack Paget and Thomas Head. Let's focus now on the track and this the first heat of the women's 400 metre hurdles. The athletes called to their marks. We have Alex Hill in lane 2, Chelsea Walker, City of York in 3, Jasmine Mitchell in 4, then Lizzie Clifford in 5, Joy Lisney alongside her in 6, then Hayley McLean in 7, and Sophie Ellis in lane 8. So top 3 going through to the final, plus 2 time qualifiers across these two heats. The first track about of these championships is underway, so as you'd expect, Hayley McLean going off well on the outside. Now in Ordichem in Belgium, massive PB of 55.48 for an athlete who has been competing at these championships for a number of years. Always turns out well. Incidentally, she recently had her UK under-17 national record broken. That just tells you how long she's been displaying great talent in this event. But yes, inside the European standard, and she has now been selected for those championships, which is absolutely delightful. Of course, the likes of Jessie Knight and Lena Nielsen, Jess Turner, all been impressing in this event, so making it quite wide in terms of quality. So for Hayley to make a senior championships herself is fantastic. 56.88 as well, a great time for a heat here in Bedford. Sophie Ellis looked to come through well, and Alex Hill was also finishing fast on the inside. So Hayley's the class of the field there in that first heat, and second one to come, which will feature Jess Tappin. And Tappin also set a new lifetime best in Ordichem recently. It was a fantastic day for British hurdlers. And there was another decent one in Geneva, but lots of lifetime best this year across the women and the men. If not lifetime best, then getting back to a great form, and I'd include Jacob Paul in that category as well. Seamus Derbyshire with a huge breakthrough also.
Right, Davis there, Valley. Taking his first round jump. Shauna Coleman was 15.35 in the first round, previous jump.
So the athletes are just warming up for the second heat of the women's 400 metre hurdles.
Chris Shorthouse finishes with his best throw in the competition, 61.76. Tom Head with his final throw. Not sure that'll be as far as his previous best, 63.03. Shauna Thompson has taken her final put. Emma Berg next into the circle.
When you collected 1,000 people,
Jack Padgett finishes on a no throw. So in this second semi-final, we've got Daniel van Rensenberg of Birchfield Harriers. She's in 2. In 4, Essie Okoro of Birchfield. Now they're outside, Shay Clark of Chelmsford. Marley Wilkinson, Athletics Australia, is in 6th, and in 7, Laura Brennan of Windsor.
So, second heat of the women's 400 metre hurdles. Danielle Janssen van Rensburg in lane 2. Birchfield Harrier. Jess Tappin in 3. So, I mentioned big improvement recently. 55.89 for her. Essay Accordo alongside, former Commonwealth athlete and former European under-20 finalist, 56.67 at best. Then Shay Clark of Chelmsford, Marley Wilkinson, the Australian, and Orla Brennan of Windsor, Slough, Eton and Hounslow. So these 6 athletes then going for 3 automatic places and the potential of 2-time qualifying spots in the final. Essia Cotto going really nicely, making up ground on the outside, and Tappin now starting to motor down the back straight and follow her through. So overtaking the green and yellow of Wilkinson. Accordo in the black Birchfield vest. 58.12 this year. So just wonder whether Jessie Tappin is going to come through down this home straight, or whether it's going to remain as close as it is. Impressive time for McLean, 56 seconds in her heat before. And here we go, Accordo coming all the way to the line with Tappin in 58.44. So McLean, Accordo and Tappin, you can say for sure, are going to be the gold medal contenders come that final.
Wesley Matsuka Williams in the triple jump, Norwich athlete, 14.99. Is into 3rd place. Toby Johnfield of Blackheath and Bromley will complete round 1.
Another guest from Australia who uploaded 2 weeks ago with Avenger. The next one's Cleveland.
.14.53 for Dronfield. Now round 2 commencing. Both hammer and shot competitions complete.
So men's triple jump final, as you can see, just got underway. In this we've got Joel Bright Davis of Thames Valley Harriers, Shauna Comey of Sale, Jude Bright Davis, also Thames Valley, Joseph Gilks of Coventry Godiva Harriers, Jason Danke of Sale, Aaron Ashmead Shoye, New and Essex Beagles, Archie Yo of Kingston upon Hull, Wesley Matsuka Williams of City of Norwich. Another Newham and Essex Beagle is Theophilus Fadayero, Toby Dronfield of Blackheath and Bromley, and Aid Mason of Shaftesbury Barnet.
Next on track it will be the men over 400 hurdles. Be off in a few minutes' time. Again, 2 semi-finals. In the meantime, the triple jump competition continues. And the athletes have just gone to the outside circle for the women's discus warm-up.
So this is Joel Bright-Davis then in the second round of the men's triple jump final. So Joel has a lifetime best of 14.03 indoors, 14.09 this year. Brother Jude is actually second best in the UK this year with a new personal best of 16.18. 13.65 has come up in the second round for Joel Bright-Davis. So that's the first jump of the second round. Shauna Comey is waiting there for the second. So the jumpers helping to create an atmosphere for Akome as he comes down the runway now with his second go.
So Akome with his second round jump there, got a PB of 16.13 in good form this year.
So you can see two different marks there in the sandpit next to each other, for example 15 and 17 meters. That relates to the two different run-ups.
So we have a presentation of medals for our first event of the day. It's the senior men's hammer competition. The bronze medal with 63 metres and 3 centimetres, the luminescent beagles, Tom Head. Silver medal with 64.29 from Thames Valley Harriers, Jack Paget. The gold medal, an England champion with 68.34 from Blackheath and Bromley, Ben Hawks. And also in the senior men's hammer competition, presentation in the F20 category. So the gold medal and England champion with 33.63 from the City of Norwich, Declan Manning.
Can you use the kit boxes, please? Can you come and bring that to your kit box, please? Don't leave it on the track.
So this is Jude Bright-Davis then, second in the UK this year. So no jump for him. So confirmation that our top three in the hammer stayed that way compared to the third round, and at the end of the sixth with 68.34 the best for Ben Hawkes, who is the England champion. Jack Paget silver, and then Tom Head taking the bronze. So just got an eye on that scoreboard to see what Jude Bright-Davis gets in terms of measurements. Oh, no jump, of course. So same for Joseph Gilkes, another gold medal contender. Well, in reality, Bright-Davis and Akome some way above. They've gone over 16 metres. Gilkes more likely to be among those fighting for the bronze. Decent long jumper as well as Gilkes.
Quickly back, please, Jen. Pig into the kit boxes.
Well, the men are out for the first semi-final. The ladies' semi-final, Hayden McLean was 56.94. A fine personal best for Sophie Ellis in second with 58.83. And Chelsea Walker on 59.77. Qualifying for that heat, Alexandra Hill and Liz Clifford. So the lineup for this first semi-final. Sam Clark is on the inside from Cambridge and Coleridge. Then Bailey Stickings, Blackie from Bromley. David Ariti of Harrow. Jack Lowry of Woodford Green. Alex Daly, Bristol and West, is in sixth. Then in seventh, James Greenhalgh of Sheffield and Durn. And in lane 8, Effie Okoro of Birchfield Harriers.
On your marks.
So we turn our attentions back to the track for the first of our heats of the men's 400 metre hurdles. Having seen Hayley McLean in the first for the women, and then a dead heat very close between Jess Tapin and Essie Okoro in the second. So we've got Samuel Clark, Bailey Stickings, David Audiyuti, Jack Laurie, Alex Daly, James Greenhalgh and Effie Okoro in this. So Effie got out really nicely on the outside. He won the 400 metre flat at these championships last year. 45.94 PB, 50.12 this year in the 400 hurdles. So, very proud moment for Birchfield Harriers. Their home stadium hosting the Commonwealth Games here. Effie Okoro, the target to him will be to be on that top step of the podium for sure. Others will try and have their say, including Seamus Derbyshire and Jacob Paul. So here comes Okoro, very close between Stickings and Laurie in second and third. 50.69, the winning time. So Okoro, Laurie and Stickings are all through to the final, and others will have to wait to see on times to see if they make it.
Presentation for the women's shot put competition. The bronze medal with 14 metres 19 from Bournemouth, Sophie Merritt. Silver medal 15.37 from Sale Harriers, Shauna Thompson. The gold medal, an England champion with 16.03 from Portsmouth, Serena Vincent.
So as you can probably hear the announcers say, 16 metres and 3, Serena Vincent successfully defending her England senior shot put title to add to her collection this year, which includes British Universities indoors and out. Shauna Thompson over 15 metres for silver in the colours of Sale Harriers, green vest there, and 14.90 for Sophie Merritt taking the bronze. So Serena Vincent 33 centimetres off her lifetime best from earlier this year. Serena Vincent also winning the England under-23 title a couple of weeks ago in Bedford.
Our guest winner with 15 metres.
She was fifth at the British
from Australia, Emma Bird.
Senior Championships.
So triple jump competition about to start round 3.
So Joel Bright-Davis will kick us off for round 3. We saw previously 13.65 in the second round.
second semi-final.
13.50 there
One is Ben
for
Schofield
Joel
on
Bright
the
Davis, so
Harriers.
no
And two,
improvement
Jacob
for
Paul
him.
wins it. And three from Athletics Australia, Mark Focas.
Over to the second heat of the men's 400 metre hurdles on track. As you can see this lineup here: Benjamin Schofield, Jacob Paul, Mark Focas, one of the Australian guests here, Luke Dronfield, James Webster, Andrew Ajube, Oranga Mokaya and Seamus Derbyshire.
On your mark.
So Seamus Derbyshire and Jacob Paul selected for the European Championships. Brilliant stuff for them. Paul getting back to his best. Seamus Derbyshire with a big breakthrough season. 49.44 this year. Jacob Paul 49.62, very close to his best. So Schofield, Paul, Focas, Dronfield, Webster, Ajube, Mackay and Derbyshire. And the second gun goes. Not often you see that in a 400 hurdles race. So just waiting to see what the officials decide here.
Could you disqualify the athlete in lane 8, please?
He'll be there in the third round of the triple jump. So unfortunately we lose Seamus Derbyshire.
So unfortunately Seamus Derbyshire has been disqualified. That's a real shame for him.
On your mark.
Well, the good thing for Seamus is that he has the European Championships in Munich next month to look forward to. Out of this one though, Schofield, Paul, Focas, Dronfield, Webster, Ajube and Mokaya. Top three going through automatically, plus two-time qualifiers from across the two heats.
Set.
So Seamus Derbyshire was obviously expected to qualify, so it's a chance for someone else. Jacob Paul then from lane 2 in the blue and yellow vest. Moving up past Mark Focas of Australia. Quite congested through those inside lanes. Oranga Mokaya going nicely on the outside. The Notts athlete, who was fourth at the British Championships. That was his lifetime best race. 50.33 for the former sprint hurdler. So it's going to be these two then, clear down the home straight, with Mokaya coming through to win from Paul, and then Webster in third place. So 51.46 coming up on the clock for Oranga Mokaya. He was at fourth here in 2018 in the sprint hurdles. So that concludes the 400 metre hurdles, by the way. Back to the triple jump final. We're into the third round. So we can see here bib number 470, that's Jason Danke of Sale Harriers. So Jason has a lifetime best of 14:43. Greater Manchester County champion this year. And so just aborts that jump. So live England senior track and field coverage here from Bedford. Still field finals action continuing. We have the women's discus getting underway in a few minutes' time as well. So we see Joseph Gilks just getting ready to go.
If everybody's there and you are ready to go, then you're ready to go when you start,
Aaron Ashmead-Shoy continuing this third round. So 14:60 his lifetime best set here at the England Under-20 and Under-23 Championships, where he came fifth.
Registered jump for the competition.
So 14 metres and 8 coming up for Ashmead-Shoy. This is Archie Yeo. So Archie Yeo 7th in the jumping order in this third round. New best of 15 metres and 51. So he's one of the juniors involved in this. This is his final year as an under-20 athlete. Won the England under-20 indoor title in Sheffield in February.
The women's discus competition has commenced in the outside circle. It's total 45.87.
So no jump there for Wesley Matsuka-Williams of City of Norwich.
Samantha Calloway, 42.93, and Emma Beardmore, 41.47. So we John Field, third round jump.
Yeah, of course, I can't see anyone.
Jockey Athletics Australia, 48.09. Takes an early lead. Next event on track will be the first of our wheelchair races. It will be the men's 100 metres, first heat.
How many runway markers are you after? Over?
Jenny Pyatt, so close to her personal best in the first round of the discus, 43.64. In this first heat, we have Jamie Edwards of Weir Archer Academy, Richard Chisaro of Harlow, Dylan LeBroy of Weir, Joe Brazier of Harlow, and Marcus Daly of the Weir Archer Academy.
So over we go to the track for our first para event. This is going to be the first heat of 2 of the men's 100 metre wheelchair. And we have Jamie Edwards, Richard Chiasaro, Dylan Labroy, Joe Brazier and Marcus Perrineau-Daly. So we're speaking to Marcus just in the warm-up area previously. He actually started racing a year and a half ago. Prior to that was a wheelchair rugby player. As you'd expect, much more physical, but he's been delighted with how welcoming and rewarding athletics has been, the T52 athletes. So 3 Weir Archer Academy athletes in this and 2 Harlow AC competitors. Marcus was saying that David Weir is like a big brother to him. So Jenny Archer and David Weir, of course, involved in the setup of that club. So 3 different categories in this. Edwards and Brazier T34, Chiasaro Labroy T54 and Marcus Perrineau-Daly T52. So shout of "come on Richard" from the crowd, and it's he who's leading from lane 3, going to come through first from Labroy in second. So that's how they cross the line. Given the respective categories, the points scores will be key to calculating who goes through, because we have a second heat as well. So much talk has been about the Commonwealth Games and how it has its biggest ever para-sport inclusion, and I think it's the same here as well, because we have a number of wheelchair events, Ambulant as well, and frame running also.
round, Phoebe Dowson of Bournemouth, 50 metres 61. And in the second round, Samantha Callaway's improved to 48.41.
Okay, back we go to the men's triple jump final. So we have resumed with round 4, and we're looking here at Aaron Ashmead Shoye. We saw him go just over 14 metres previously. So driving down the runway now, Shoye hoping to hit the mark perfectly. Just checked his run up a little, but then landing a little flat in the pit.
Did that feel fast to you? Yeah. Did that feel fast?
So the first lot of wheelchair athletes just clearing off the track. We'll see them again, most likely, because as I said, not only 100 metres, 400, I believe, also 1500 metres as well for the wheelchair athletes. And at the top level of the sport, glad to see the likes of Hannah Cockcroft involved. Of course, she's won so many Paralympic titles, and for the first time she's going to be at the Commonwealth Games for Team England. And you know, it was an emotional moment when she found out that her event was going to be part of the Commonwealth for the first time. 14.59 by the way for Ashmead Shoye. Jason Danke of Sale Harris just pulling out of that one. So no mark for him.
So in the second semi-final, we've got Zienzu, a Coventry diver.
So shortly we'll have the second heat of the men's 100 metre wheelchair. Let's have a look at this jump. Toby Dronfield. And once again another red flag. So Zinju, Hilmi Shawal, James Freeman and Moatez Jomny.
Second semi-final.
So this our second of the two heats. So once again going through by point scores. We can see a great challenge there as Jomny comes through there on Shawal. So nice finish with Zinju in third place. Again, this time we have different categories, 4 different categories, with Jomny being T53, Shawal T54. Moatez started wheelchair racing in 2013, also part of the Weir Archer Academy, and with some assistant coaching duties as well. Saying that he prefers the 400 metres. Great speed endurance there, perhaps paying dividends in that 100 race. Red and yellow stripes of Wesley Matsuka Williams in the 4th round of the men's trim jump final we have here. So that measurement is, I think, just about to go up. You can see the cone on the runway there. 15 metres and 9 for Wesley Matsuka Williams of City of Norwich. Next is Akome.
So Wesley Matsuka-Williams improves to 15.09.
So that's an improvement
Fourth
for
round.
Matsuka-Williams. What about Akome? So third best in the UK this year. Lifetime best indoors of 16.13, coached by Keith Hunter. So set that PB in winning the UK indoor title.
Sean Akome, this fourth round jump.
Ben Williams, the standout British male triple jumper at this point. Akome among the proverbial chasing pack, if you like. Alongside Jude Bright-Davis, who's also in this.
No jump for him.
So no jump there again, this time for Akome. But in recent years we've seen a lot of different people win the British indoor title and contend for it, partly because of COVID and not everyone doing indoors also. That plays a part. But there's a lot of up-and-coming talent among those here and those not as well. For a long time we've had the experience of Nathan Douglas. Of course, calling time on his career. Ben Williams has also been around a few years, but it's in the last couple where he's really started to feel that international potential. So here is Jude Bright-Davis then in this fourth round. We've seen a few stutters so far, but Davis gets the jump away and gets that white flag.
This is Jude Bright-Davis at Thames Valley Harrier. 15.55 so far.
So 15.55 previously. Have a look at that scoreboard and see when that measurement appears. 15.42, so no improvement but very close to his previous effort. So you're watching live coverage of the England Athletics Senior Championships as we are into the fifth round of this men's triple jump final. We've had heats of the 400 metre hurdles on track and the men's wheelchair. We've had the shot put won by Serena Vincent, and then we've also had the hammer won by Ben Hawkes. So those are the field events that we've had so far. We have the women's discus that is also underway,
100 metres frame running final.
and then the women's javelin just about getting going. They've been warming up out there for a few minutes on the infield section. Now we turn our attentions back to the 100 metre start for an event that came in a few years ago to these championships, and in wet conditions in Manchester we saw world records set, which was thrilling stuff. So two athletes in this, Orla Corneli and Charlie Denman, and they'll get underway in a moment time. So, fifth round of the men's triple jump final then. Aaron Ashmead Shoy, we saw him improve previously, go over in 14 metres and 50. So it's a similar sort of mark and close to his lifetime best as well. The Newham and Essex Beagle. And that yellow and black vest, these championships always a reminder of club colours as well, but Newham, one of the most prominent that you'll see, along with many others. So over to this race between Corneli and Denman. You can see the pedal-less trike. So here comes Denman then, nearest the camera. Charlie Denman with a big lead here. And once again, these athletes are different categories, RR3 and RR2. So results calculated on point scores afterwards. It's first and second across the line for Charlie Denman and Orla Corneli, respectively. So some real talent that we've seen at these championships in the last few years, and particularly young athletes as well. This is primarily an event designed for competitors with cerebral palsy. We've seen the likes of Rafi Solomon, Gavin Drysdale, Kaylee Hago, who's also experienced as a para swimmer. This is an event that, of course, has debuted at the Europeans and Paralympic success as well in the Worlds, and Great Britain are among the best in the world at it. So stand by, because we've got 100-metre sprint heats to get going in just a few minutes' time. We're watching Jason Danke, so still in the 5th round of this men's triple jump final, and a few stutters with a few aborted jumps in the last few moments. But Jude Bright-Davis has looked strong, closely matched with Shauna Comey, as we'd expected coming into these championships on paper, those 2 over 16 metres. Wind appearing to be fairly steady so far this morning, so I'm not sure that that has anything to do with the few aborted jumps that we've seen. I think it's more to do with the athletes trying to pull everything together to improve on what they've managed so far. So Toby Dronfield then, still in this 5th round, his penultimate go. And he lingers in the pit almost with his head hung in disappointment, as we wait to see what the numbers are. So the long jump and triple jump run up just by the main stand here at Bedford, if you've been here before. And then you quite often get gazebos and deck chairs the rest of the way round. So looks like it's 14.65. The measurement coming up there for Toby Dronfield. So Archie Yeo will be next to go in the triple jump. So nothing doing for Archie Yeo. So Matsuka Williams of City of Norwich here, once again getting the crowd going, accelerating down this runway and into the 3 phases of his jump. Leading with, not leading, but the best of 15.09 so far. 15.09, his furthest jump in this competition to this point. So many of you will be familiar with this Bedford International Athletics Stadium. This championships has sometimes been held in Sports City in Manchester, but brought back here to Bedford this year. Of course, the British Senior Championships has also been in Manchester, while the Alexander Stadium in Birmingham has been rebuilt. And of course, that is now back to its best and looking fantastic for the Commonwealth Games. Very exciting to see the opening ceremony inside there on Thursday night. And even before the athletics got underway, there was medals for British athletes in the triathlon. Beth Potter for Scotland, of course, all of them having a great running background. Alex Yee taking gold for England, and Georgia Taylor-Brown the silver. So now we go to Thomas Talbot and Rafi Solomon. They've been part of these championships before. Fantastic opportunity for them. Great inclusion of this frame running event. As I said, the pedalless trike. So Rafi Solomon, who has also been a model as well as an athlete. 1763 for him coming through. Here is Thomas Talbot. They're crossing the line in second place behind him. I think Thomas Talbot, when this event was introduced to these championships, was just 15 years of age as well, and he speaks very well about his event. He was interviewed on the England Athletics podcast, and yes, a great advocate for frame running. It was previously known as race running. I think frame running illustrates well what it is, and yeah, it's great to see that British athletes are among the best in the world. So Jude Bright-Davis. So coming to the end of the fifth round of this men's triple jump final. So cheered on by the crowd. Hits the mark nicely. And he looks to be pleased with that. So is it any better than 15:55 that he already has? So 16:18 for him in Loughborough in May. Coached by David Johnson, it is. It's 15:93 for Jude Bright-Davis. So fantastic jump for the British senior silver medalist of Thames Valley Harriers. Well, most of these athletes were in the British senior final in Manchester in June. Joseph Gilkes, he was 9th. Gilkes, as you can see there, with a lifetime best set this year, 15:34. He won the British University's indoor title, or outdoor title I should say. It was very close indoors. He came second, and that was behind Josh Woods of Birmingham University. He competes for Bedfordshire University, so in that sense a local athlete. So into the 6th round now of this triple jump competition.
Joe Jones improves in the 6th round to 14.86.
So Jason Danke, final effort for him, final chance to improve. So just pulling out of that jump, but really interesting to see if when we get to the final three, we can see any changes among the medals, because we know that Akome and Bright Davis, Jude Bright Davis that is, not his brother Joel, came in very closely matched on lifetime best. So plenty of action across track and field this afternoon. So we look at Toby Dronfield. So PB of 15:07.
And the Ambulant competition.
So Dronfield set that PB here at the Biggish Jumps and Throws Fest. Very popular specialist competition. So once again, an aborted jump, and he just kicks the sand in frustration. Biggish, organised by Carol Jackson. Very successful competition here. So Dronfield, the Southern Under-20 champion, winning that title in Chelmsford in June. Surrey County champion also. Over we go to Archie Yeo. So 15:51 his lifetime best. So once again, looked to be a fairly clean jump. Did see a foul previously. So measurement just being written down. As we see some of the 100-metre athletes getting ready. 14:29 for Archie Yeo. This is Wesley Matsuka Williams, the red and yellow of City of Norwich.
So triple jump, Wesley Matsuka Williams.
Really nice there, well executed from Matsuka Williams.
And in the meantime, I have our presentation. Silver medal with 23.69 of Chesterfield on Canadian. The gold medal with champion with 20.76 from Arsenal, Charlie Denman.
So by the way, Charlie Denman confirmed as the England champion in the women's frame running from Ola Corneli. So she takes the gold and the silver given to Ola.
Now it's Sean Akome on the runway. events on tracks, the women's heat for the Ambulant 100 metres.
I'm only here for my coach. That's it.
Are we ready?
So Bebe Jackson of Harlow, Madeline Down of Halesowen, Rebecca Scott of Stevenage and North Herts, Sally Brown of Charnwood. So these are the athletes in this women's Ambulant 100 metre race, with the men's equivalent to follow. So these four athletes settled into their blocks: Jackson, Down, Scott and Brown from inside to out.
Down, Rebecca Scott and Sally Brown. Madeline Down, the Halesowen.
So Madeline Down in the yellow Halesowen vest, going really nicely here. Clean stride coming through from Sally Brown in the black vest, wearing 1:14 there on the outside. 13:59 the winning time.
Phoebe Dowson has improved to 52.09 in the discus in the final round. Sally Shockrid, 48.70, a slight improvement for her.
So expecting to see 7 athletes in the men's race, and they are just heading towards the start line. So we can see Javelin as well. So men's Javelin final there on the far side. And also the Ambulant Javelin. So first of all, in the Ambulant Javelin we have a Ross McMillan Bradley, Philip Trant and Danny Burney. And then 5 athletes in the senior men's Javelin final: Connor Martin, Dan Bainbridge, Joss Foote, Benji Pearson and Gavin Johnson.
Silver medal, personal best of 24.17 from Lincoln Wellington, Tom Talbot. And the gold medal, England champion with 17.67 from Charnwood, Rafi Sulaiman.
So by the way, Rafi Solomon confirmed then as the England champion in the men's frame running, and Thomas Talbot behind him. Rafi Solomon, who was part of the British team when this event made its debut at the 2018 European Championships, and said that he actually felt like he'd won a gold medal by just being there. Took home European silver on that occasion. His background in modelling as well. Took up frame running after he suffered a brain hemorrhage at the age of 12. So a decade ago, now rather experienced in this event. Straight over we go then to this Javelin final. So landing there between 40 and 50 metres.
Javelin competition.
We'll bring you confirmation of the men's triple jump results, by the way, and you can check them out also on the Roster Athletics app. Download the app if you haven't already. It's certainly becoming a very useful resource with competitions right from this and the England Junior Championships up to the World Athletics Championships. Part of it all. Looking there at Jost Foot, lifetime best of 68.25. So that looks to have gone out towards 60 metres. So 56 metres and 3. As we turn our attentions to Daniel Bainbridge here throwing. New lifetime best this year of 74.73. Set in Loughborough, coached by Mike McNeil. Bainbridge, who was the UK senior bronze medalist and winning the British Universities title for Loughborough. They absolutely dominated in the javelin, including a clean sweep of all the medalists in the women's javelin. So in the fourth round, Benji Pearson throwing just there. So Pearson 6th in the UK this year with a best of 69.93 in Loughborough, PB of 74.71. So all the athletes, the 5 athletes above him, over 70 this year. I'm sure he'd like to get over that as well. Joe Harris leads the UK rankings. In fact, he's selected for the Isle of Man for the Commonwealth Games, just as he was in 2018. Isle of Man expanding their track and field team. It was just the 3 I seem to remember in 2018, with Erica Kelly, the race walker, Joe Reed, the middle distance runner, and Joe Harris, the javelin thrower.
2049. And that's Phil Trant, Portsmouth, just thrown.
So Phil Trant, one of the competitors in the Ambulant javelin in the colours of City at Portsmouth, who seen Serena Vincent on the top step of the podium over 16 metres in the women's shot put a little earlier on. So she successfully defended her title there. Danny Burney of Chelmsford. Nice to see that angle of release from that shot. $32.94 there for Danny Burney. So moving to the 5th round now on the javelin. Benji Pearson on Birchfield. Connor Martin. Into this 5th round now. So it's the 60-metre mark we're looking at there. You can see adjacent to it is the 40, which is relevant to the opposite side, and the cage, the long throws. Discus and hammer are out there. So a reminder that it's Martin, Bainbridge, Foot, Pearson and Johnson, and then Bradley, Trant and Burney, the latter three in the Ambulant Javelin competition.
Victoria, Samuel in South London, Kyle Keyworth, Manchester Harriers, and Josiah Williams, Eastbourne Rovers.
So Dan Bainbridge looking the favourites. Improved by 1 metre exactly this year. And that is a massive throw, so we've got the 60-metre line, he's well over that. So Bainbridge looking decent in this competition. Represented Great Britain at the European Team Championships last year. So great opportunity for him if he can nail down being the top javelin thrower. Of course there'll be others like Joe Harris and Joe Dunnerdale, James Whittaker fighting for that spot too, and others. So I haven't seen anything come up on that scoreboard there. I have been checking out. I think 56.75 coming up there. Just looking into the far distance. Ross McMillan Bradley there in the yellow and green colours of Chelmsford. So one of our Ambulant competitors in the 5th round here.
Sorry? Yes.
So here is your lineup. Joseph Strong, Niels Rem, James Ledger, Stephen Stone, Segun Samuel, Carl William Keyworth and Josiah Williams. So 8 lanes used for this Ambulant men's 100 metres. So these 100 metre heats taking up the lion's share of the next bits of track action across the various categories.
Start there for Samuel and
So really close here. Samuel coming through in the GB kit in 11:47 from Stephen Stone, the Falco Victoria Harrier. And also finishing quickly was the DSW Para Academy athlete James Ledger. It looked to be Samuel in lane 6 coming through to win that.
How are you? All good?
James Ledger, I think, came through third, the DSW Power Academy athlete.
I don't know.
So, presentation ceremony for the women's discus competition. The bronze medal with 47 metres 82 from Harrow, Taya Tunstall. Silver medal 48.87 from Newman Essex Beagles, Samantha Calloway.
So final round of the javelin here with Josford of Orion Harriers
Gold medal.
just going towards the right of sector, but around 60 metres. So 60 metres 69 for Josford. So red flag there for Bainbridge with his last go. So no further improvement for him.
And our guest third placer in that women's discus competition with 48 metres 70 from Athletics Australia, Sally Shockery.
So 65-60 coming up there for Benji Pearson with his final efforts. And I think now we'll see the Ambulant throwers with their last goes. Starting off with Ross McMillan Bradley. So that javelin just dipping down and coming to around 30 metres. And we also have the Ambulant shot put getting started. So in this we have Declan Manning, who was in the hammer earlier. Michael Robert Jenkins, Ross McMillan Bradley. We can see there he was just running over from the shot put it back to the javelin. So for a moment he's in 2 competitions at once. So is Phil Trant. And here is his last javelin effort.
What are you fiddling with?
So javelin stalling a little, but throwing between 40 and 50 metres.
Well, due out very shortly is the heats of the senior women's 100 metres. Some late reseeding been needed there, so we're not quite ready for that event just yet. But in the meantime, presentation ceremony for the men's triple jump.
So this is the men's triple jump medal presentation.
15 metres and 9 centimetres from Norwich, Wesley Matsuka Williams.
So bronze for Wesley Matsuka Williams.
Silver medal with 15.45 from Sale Harriers, Shauna Comey.
15.45 for silver for Shauna Comey of Sale Harriers.
The gold medal, England champion with 15.93 from Thames Valley Harriers, Jude Bright Davis.
So 15.93 for the Thames Valley Harrier Jude Bright Davis to win the England senior title from Okome and Matsuka Williams. Sean just leaving the podium a little prematurely before the photos have been taken. So that one playing out as on paper, those two very closely matched, second and third in the UK this year, and first and second at the UK Senior Championships. Matsuka Williams doing well to get on the podium in the battle for bronze. So now just the one event for our two ambulant throwers to concentrate on. Ross McMillan Bradley in the yellow and green, and there's Philip Trant just in the background in the white, red and blue of City of Portsmouth.
So high jump competition underway. The bar is currently at 1.97 metres. metres, Hilary Goad of Leeds, Brittany Robinson of Thames Valley, Ella May Bandy of Hearts Phoenix, Odupi Shakumbi of Blackheath and Bromley, Rachel Miller, Thames Valley.
This is the lineup then for heat number 1 of the women's 100 metres. The lineup's actually changed since the heats were drawn to what you can see on your screen. So it's Hilary Godet in lane 1, Chloe Burrows in 2, Leonie Ashmead in 3, then Ebony Carr, Acacia Ellis, Rachel Miller, Doyen Adarinto and Kiama Kofi on the outside in lane 8. So top 3 going through, and then 2 time qualifiers across the 2 heats. Going to be very close here. Rachel Miller coming through.
It was Ella May Bandy, pretty close there. 11.65 winning time.
Ellie Mae Bandy in second place. And then Hilary Godet looked to be in third.
There. It's run by the table.
So 5 athletes in this men's Ambulant shot put final. Declan Manning, City of Norwich, Michael Robert Jenkins of Pembrokeshire Harriers, Ross Macmillan Bradley of Chelmsford, Philip Trant of City of Portsmouth, and Karen Duke of the DSW Para Academy.
Semi-final. We have Javelin Gayampi of Windsor, Ebony Carr, Marshall Milton Keynes, Kayama Kofi of Bristol.
So shortly we will have the second heat of the women's 100 metres.
Harriet Jones of Windsor and Annie Tago of Thames Valley.
So we'll wait and see, because there have been a few changes to how these 2 heats have been put together. See this lineup on your screen.
To my colleague. Yeah. If I'm not standing here, no, you're fine. Because you were behind here.
So you can see Jacqueline Gyamfi on the inside there. Darcy Kuiper's also in this heat. So from the inside, Jacqueline Gyamfi of Windsor, Slough, Eton and Hounslow. Marshall Meakin Keynes, Ebony Carr alongside her. 2020 she was the British University's bronze medalist indoors and out with a lifetime best of 11.65. Kiama Kofi alongside her in lane 4. Then Darcy Kuipers, another former British University's medalist, silver in 2019, where she smashed her lifetime best. Southern silver medalist that year also. Recently coming back to competing after a couple of years out, lifetime best of 11.78, 12.04 this year. Harriet Jones and Annie Togoye on the outside, the Youth Olympic medalist. So Kiama Kofi gets a decent start now. Ebony Carr coming into her own with a good battle. Tego just behind, I think, Ebony Carr, who took that one in 11.89.
Ladies, your kit's behind you. Kit's behind you.
So we've got one more semi-final to come. And we move on to presentation for the men's javelin competition. Bronze medal with 62 metres 54 from Orion, Joss Hunt. The silver medal, 65 metres.
So looking there at heat number 3 for the women. So what appears to have happened is that there's been a lane redraw as a result of a third heat being added compared to the 2 that were expected this morning. We're looking at the presentation for the men's javelin final. So Ben G. Pearson taking the gold, Daniel Bainbridge the silver, and then Joss Foote taking the bronze medal. So just waiting for those results to appear on the Roster Athletics app. Hopefully they will be on there soon. So Chloe Burrows, Acacia Ellis, Diani Walker, Leonie Ashmead, Doyen Adarinto and Lois Wacknell. Coming up.
Lewis in the high jump there for Adam Jones of Southampton. So various refreshments available.
So Rachel Miller, 11.36 this year, one of the favourites here. Annie Tago, 11.65 this year. We've already seen them, but we haven't seen Diani Walker and Leonie Ashmead around that 11.5, 11.6 mark. Both on the screen there. So Leonie Ashmead, last year's Northern champion and England 100 silver medalist. Diani Walker, the 2018 Bucks outdoor champion and Southern indoor champ. Another who's had a few years of injuries, just trying to get back to her best ultimately. Very close to doing that. So Burrows, Ellis, Walker, Ashmead, Adarinto and Wacknell. The third heat of the women's 100 metres. So fantastic start from Acacia Ellis. So Ashmead coming through there on Diani Walker. 11.64 coming up on the clock.
Group Championships.
Ready, your kit's behind you there. Kit's behind you there. Kit's behind you there.
So as I mentioned earlier on, there are various refreshments here. The awesome coffee van, which is over at the blue tent. Jack and potato with fillings and salads, a selection of ice creams and the like. So they're over there by the blue tent. So on second attempt now at 202, Stephen Jones, Liverpool Harriers.
So in this men's high jump final, we have Kelechi Agawacha, Stephen Jones, Divine Duruaku, Nikin Coward, Teo Andrews, Adam Brooks, Adam Jones, Yul Reith, one of our Australian guests, Jonathan Broom-Edwards, Ryan Boniface, Tony Adamawagan, Jonathan Heath, Charlie Husbands and Thomas Hughes. So failure there, second attempt 202 for Stephen Jones of Liverpool Harriers. So clearance there for Coward. 202.
Hacking Coward, Javelin Varner goes clear, second attempt. 202. Next on track, there will be 7 heats of the senior men's 100 metres. Teo Andrews of Harrow next up in the high jump.
So this height of 202 Seen Coward going clear. Waiting to see if Theo Andrews can also do the same at the second time of asking. Live coverage here of the England Athletics Senior Championships from the Bedford International Athletics Stadium here. 2 days of action. So Andrews of Harrow fails at the second attempt then, and he'll have one more chance to stay in the competition. So Joel Clark-Kahn and David Smith, the two best on the UK rankings this year. They've been selected for the European Championships. It means that Clark-Kahn will go to all three of the majors this year. Fantastic clearance there for athlete number 584, Jonathan Broom-Edwards.
So Broom-Edwards goes clear.
And Kelechi Agawacha, who's in this competition, 222 at best, 218 this year. He's fourth in the UK. And Adam Awagan is at joint fifth with 215. That's his new lifetime best. Set in the well-known high jump competition in Hustopek in the Czech Republic. Divine Duduaku also the same PB but in Cardiff in May. Tom Hewis 213 in Gillingham in May. King Coward 210, just a few centimetres off his 215 at best, also in Hustopek.
Charlie Husbands of Bromgrove is the next up to jump. So in the first heat we've got Mike Miller, Jamal Chambers, Andy Robinson, Omar Grant, Jack Lawrence,
So biggest set of entries that we've seen so far. This is the first heat of the men's 100 metres. Be top three going through automatically, and then three-time qualifiers across all of the heats, which I'm expecting to see 7 through to those semi-finals. So Michael Miller of Herne Hill Harriers, Jamal Chambers of Birchfield, Andrew Robertson, love these championships, Sale Harrier, Omar Grant of Harrow, Jack Lawrence of Birchfield, Akinlalua Akinbo of Loughborough, and Henry Nwoke of Liverpool Harriers. So Robertson 10.22 this year, the defending champion, fourth at the European Indoors last year in Torun in Poland, also making that final in 2017. So a great 60-metre runner, experienced, and 10.10 at best. Jack Lawrence, British University's indoor 60-metre silver medalist 2 years ago, narrowly missed out on this final last year. So Miller, Chambers, Robertson, Grant, Lawrence, Akinbo, and Nwoke, a young talent who's won England junior titles. Here comes Robertson though from Lawrence, and then I think Nwoke just took third ahead of Grant.
10.5 there for Robertson.
So interesting to see what sort of competition Andy Robertson will face. Just looking across the heats, you can see the likes of Kezi Oladoy, Kazi Opara to come in the second heat. Nick Price, Eugene Amodadze, a British senior silver medalist, Kai Chambers-Brown, who's had GB relay bests, Oliver Bromby, European under-23 medalist, McCoy Campingeli, Welsh international, David Morgan Harrison, the British Universities champion, and and Tom Summers, who's the 200-400 runner as well, goes in the final heat. So Ogier de Bruin was entered but not appearing to be on these start lists, so that puts Andrew Robertson in an excellent position. Eugene Amadadzi, Ollie Bromby among the others that might contend for medals. So just having a look to see if Dom Ashwell is on the start lists also, because he would be someone you'd expect to feature prominently as well.
In the second heat we have Casey and Para, Victor Wellington on the inside.
So it doesn't look like he's there.
I
didn't spot Sam Gordon, who was also part of the initial entries too, or Dowie Hammond. So Robertson looking like the favourite, perhaps, along with Amo Dadzi, both running 10.2 this year. So coming towards 1 o'clock, now is time the men's pole vault will feature Charlie Myers, heat number 2. Apara, Oladoy, Raman Jalauso, Harris, Daly, Steele and Walsh.
So heat 2 underway.
So now underway, it's Oladoy of Harrow leading this one.
Right on the outside,
And the Blackheath and Bromley athlete Kieran Daly in second, 10:46 on the clock. So faster than Robertson's winning time there. 10:46 coming up unofficially. Oladoy, who set a new lifetime best of 10:37 in Stratford earlier this month. So hoping to see Eugene Amadadzi go in heat number 3 in just a moment's time. If you're looking at the timetable, I believe that we are around, let's say, 20 minutes or 15 to 20 minutes behind the schedule. So just as a reference point, as we see the bar is now up to a new height of 2:05. That's athlete number 4:04 clearing there, which is Adam Jones of Southampton. No, again the numbers have been put up for the next athlete while the previous one is jumping, so just try and get a bib number there if we can. So this is Jones in the red and white of Southampton, of course the famous strip, also used by the football team.
2 more attempts for Adam Jones.
And a failure at 2:05 in the first attempt for Jones. I think it was Adam Brooks of Yeyton District in the yellow and green who cleared.
Oh, good opening high clearance there from your read, your guest from Australia.
So talking of yellow and green,
Gone in the 220s.
gold and green Yule Wreath of Australia, lovely clearance there at 2:05.
lineup for this third heat. On the inside it's Nick Price of Royal Sutton Coldfield, Dan Obeng of Loughborough, Kai Chambers-Brown of Birchfield, Elliot Jones of Liverpool Pembroke, Eugene Amadadzi of Woodford Green, Bradley Whitehead.
Over to this next heat, number 3. Nick Price on the inside. Always a strong performer at these championships. Royal Sutton Coldfield athletes. Daniel Obeng of Loughborough. Kai Chambers-Brown of Birchfield. Elliot Jones of Liverpool, Pembroke and Sefton. Eugene Amadadzi then alongside, so got the silver medal last year and then did the same at the British Championships. And it's interesting when obviously athletes focused on qualifying. In that case it was for the Olympic Games. Amadadzi getting into that second spot, lifetime best of 10.2. Whitehead and Hansen complete our lineup. So Amadadzi going nicely. Kai Chambers-Brown is going to follow him through. And it was very close for third between Elliot Jones in the white and Daniel Obeng in the African violet vest for third and fourth. That automatic spot through to the semis.
Very close to Chambers-Brown, personal best there.
So 10:35 the time for Amadadzi. So we're up to second attempts at 2 meters and 5 in this high jump final then. Yeah, it's a Sheffield and Durn vest there, so it's Jonathan Heath, athlete 401. So over to third attempts now. So Coward of Shaftesbury Barnet here just putting the finishing touches, preparing himself for this third effort. So trying to loosen himself up to put it all together in this third and final effort for him at 2 meters and 5. Here he comes. And unfortunately, he will exit the competition at 2 meters and 5. So, meanwhile, on the track, 4 heats remaining of the men's 100 meters. Have a look at results coming through on the Roster Athletics app, where you can also take a look at the timetable, also available on the England Athletics website. In the calendar section, you can see a list of all of the national championships this year, and then looking by the date you can find the timetable for this competition. But for start lists, you want the Roster Athletics app. So Gerald Matthew looks like a late addition to this heat. Jade Williams, Harry Bryan Taylor, Oliver Bromby, Korede Awe, Michael Demoa, McCoy Campingeli and Tom White completing this one. So Correde Awe, the 2018 Southern Under-20 silver medalist, and British University's indoor bronze medalist over 60 metres, lifetime best of 10:34. Bromby 10:32 this year, a 10th off his lifetime best. European Under-23 silver medalist 3 years ago, and bronze medalist at the Under-20s in Grosseto in Italy 5 years ago now. So those are the two that you would expect certainly to progress. Bromby, red and white stripes coming through now, a little more comfortably than was expected in fact. Correde Awe in second place, 10:43 for Bromby in the heat. Well, 6 years ago we had a big lifetime best, a sub 10 second performance from Joel Fearon, 9:96, which was brilliant to see, and the competition was kicked off by a 10:04 from Rhys Prescott in the heats. So that competition really came to light. Only disappointment was that Rhys Prescott ran 10:04 and then chose not to continue in the semi-final and finals, but still exciting nonetheless. So 3 more heats will come. We are up to 2 metres and 8 in the men's high jump final.
2 metres and 8 centimetres. And it will be a collective gotcha.
So first attempt at 2 metres and 8 for Kelechi Aguwacha in the England vest. So the Loughborough student Blackheath and Bromley club. He represents, as I say, in the England kit, British University's indoor champion with 2:17. British outdoor senior bronze medal. England under-23 title with 2:16.
Yeah, just to say that last race photos finish, we didn't have anybody in lane 1 on our start list. Somebody ran in lane 1, so we are aware of that over.
So jumped very well this year, winning 6 competitions and not winning 4, so overall really impressive. So Aguwacha clears at 2:08.
Mike Meester, Jake Penny and Samson Plummer.
So 3 more heats remain. 3 more heats even remaining. Deep breath. Harry Hansaker of Burton, Joshua Brown of Cardiff, Louis Hinchliffe of City of Sheffield and Durn, Belgrave's Samigay, Femi Awe of Radley, Royal Air Force's Michael Meester, Jake Penny the Australian, and Zanson Plummer of Shaftesbury Barnet. So this one could be wide open.
So 15 underway,
Louis Hinchliffe going really well there, with Brown on his inside. 10:27 for Louis Hinchliffe. That is absolutely brilliant from the youngster. So don't know what the win reading is on that, but he came in with a lifetime best of 10:47 from this stadium a couple of weeks ago.
We will check the wind speed reading now as soon as we can.
Well, the wind has certainly picked up in the last few minutes, but just keeping fingers crossed at the moment, but there's a real gust that came past just as he's completing that race. A windy 10:40 actually in all conditions helped him get the Northern silver medal in Liverpool in June. So Hinchliffe over the 200 metres won the bronze at the England under-23s. And then he actually just missed out on a place in the final of the 100 by finishing third in his semi-final. Unfortunately, that came after he set a new legal lifetime best in the heats. So certainly appearing to be one who likes to run the heat strongly and get a decent time. And he's done that once again, regardless of the wind reading, which hope to have soon. So another athlete bringing the bar down at 2:08.
Yeah.
So I believe that's Jonathan Broom-Edwards. So we saw Agawacha go clear previously. Adam Awagan. So he brings the bar down, first attempt at 2 metres and 8.
And we move on to heat 6, where we've got Jordan Watson-Brown, Andre Wright, Alex
So
Marshall.
he would really hope to go clear at this height, but we will wait and see. Someone who's gone over 2:15 this year. 2:12 is his outdoor best, so 4 centimetres off that is this height. Looking at the lineup though for heat number 6 of 7, the men's 100 metres, Jordan Watson-Brown, Charles Barnett, then 2 Medway and Maidstone athletes, Andre Wright and Alex Marshall, Sahib Singh of Enfield and Haringey, Rhys Earl of Thames Valley, Regan O'Connell, City of Sheffield and Durn, Annex de Silva of Cardiff, and David Morgan Harrison of Kingston upon Hull in lane 8. So expecting Morgan Harrison to be strong in the England vest on the outside, and he's going to come through and take this one from Watson-Brown on the inside. Top 3 going through automatically once again, and that leaves us with just 1 heat remaining. Well, we know that the 100 metres always strong in terms of participation, but particularly good to see 7 heats.
We now have presentation for the men's Ambulant Javelin competition. The bronze medal, the F64 category with 22.39, which is 47 points.
So going back to the high jump and Jonathan Broom-Edwards. So this will be his second attempt at 2 metres and 8.
90 points, 36.46 from Portsmouth, Bill Trant. Gold medal.
So the 34-year-old from Colchester.
3 points from Chelmsford, Danny Burney.
Of course, winning the Paralympic title last year after silver in Rio. And he just goes under the bar there, unable to get the height. Also, world champion in Dubai in 2019 after 3 silver medals. So having a great phase, great couple of years in his career is Broom-Edwards. T44 athlete. should say T64. This is Tony Adamawagan. He gave that bar a real rattle, but does go over. The second time of asking at 2:08. Well, we saw a terrific battle at the British Universities in Chelmsford between Adamawagan in the colours of Nottingham Trent and Agawatcher in the colours of Loughborough. Different situation, different championships, different stadium, but the same two featuring prominently here in Bedford. Okay, so back to the track. We'll resume high jump in a moment. I think it will be Broom Edwards. He'll try and have a final go at 2:08. And the others will go up to the next height. I think it's just Agawatcher and Adamawagan left in, but could be mistaken there. So we'll keep an eye out for that as well. Daniel Afire, Stuart Greenhalgh, Adam Cross, Confidence Lawson, Alexander Marsden, Olamide Isaac, Ayad Ayman, Ali Rahman El Bateti and Tom Summers in this final heat of the 7 of the men's 100 metres. So top 3 going through automatically, and then 3-time qualifiers across all of the heats. So Daniel Afire going really well on the inside here, ahead of Lawson, 10:40. So another decent time, this time for Afire of Thames Valley Harriers. So that could also be a lifetime best for Afire, who ran 10:43 in Stratford earlier this month. Afire, who's had a busy season with lots and lots of racing, some of it here in the UK, some of it out in the US. One of the events he's competed in is the Desert Heat Classic, which is a bit like the weather from a couple of years ago, but that was from a couple of weeks ago even, but that was in Tucson, Arizona. Despite the desert heat, or you'd assume that might have been similar to the conditions on the day, otherwise it'd been hugely ironic. He ran 10:74. So 400 metres is next track event, and that is coming up in just over 15 minutes time.
And we move on to presentation for the men's ambulance shots competition. Bronze medal, 11 metres 94, from City of Norwich, Declan Manning, 475 points. Silver medal, 1454 from Pembrokeshire, Michael Jenkins. The gold medal, an England champion with 1289 from GSW Para, Kyron Jr. So the 100 mile goes up to 211 with Roche. We've got the women's ambulance shot.
So the bar going up to 211. Agawatcher first to go, and unable to do what he did at 208. So that opens the door for Adamawagan. Saw the medals presentation a moment ago for Ambulant shot put. Michael Jenkins, Pembrokeshire Harriers, taking that title. So Adam Brooks also unable to go clear at 2:11. So actually there are others left in. Let's see who makes an appearance next.
So Yul Reith now from Athletics
So
Australia.
Yul Reith also remains in the competition and potentially a favourite to be first overall. Oh, had very good height once again, but the bar does come down. So that's Reith and Agawacha who failed at the first time of asking at this height. So great to see that the Australians have brought a strong contingent here. Clearly staying here for a while following the England under-20s and under-23s and seeing it as an opportunity for development, different competition, and obviously in conjunction with the strong team that they always send to the Commonwealth Games.
The first round of the women's ambulant shot competition, leading distance-wise, Serena Fortune and D-side in 13:12. One more attempt for Agucha. Very shortly moving on to the next track event, the women's 400 metres, 2 semi-finals.
So Agawacha also can't clear, second attempt 2:11. So this could be a crucial height as far as deciding our medalist goes.
So Adam Brooks' third attempt at 2:11.
Third attempt at 2:11. I just wonder if Tony Adamowagan has passed at this height. Here comes Brooks though. And he does go clear, so that's a sensational clearance.
Be careful, the cables are still being tied up.
So, huge result there for the Yate athletes.
Just chatted to Simon because he came past. Registration has managed to make life
So Adam Brooks,
because someone they have
lifetime best of 2:17 there, clearing 2:11.
So Yul Reith looking for the support from the crowd, second attempt at 2:11.
Yul Reith, the Australian here at 2:11. Fantastic jump and well over. Looked like he jumped there quite late, but brilliant athleticism to get over that bar.
So it is now third attempt at 2:11. Alexia Agucha, Blackie from Bromley.
So we have the women's ambulance shot put going on with Emily Stewart, Amy Thompson, Sabrina Fortune, Anna Nicholson, Lydia Church and Samira Cox. Looks like we're in the second round there. So Agawacha is out, by the way, at 2:11, taking the bar off with his feet, not quite executing as he wanted. So a bit of disappointment for him. But we'll wait and see how the competition will conclude.
Well, hydropower goes up to 214.
The bar will next go up 3 centimetres once again to 2 metres and 14 centimetres.
First semi-final on track for the women's 400 metres. On the inside, it's Bronwyn Reid of Trafford.
So this is the first heat of the women's 400 metres, first heat of 2. We have Bronwyn Reid of Trafford on the inside, Rachel Dickens alongside her, the Southern champion with a lifetime best of 53.44. She was third here in 2018 and a former British University's bronze medalist here in 2016. Olivia Caesar, well, she actually won the British University's title in that year. Fantastic couple of seasons she had for the University of Bath, the Swansea Harrier. Sean Harry of Belgrave goes alongside in lane 5. Then Jessica Turner, known predominantly as a 400-metre hurdler, making the British team for the 2017 and 2019 World Championships. A couple of big breakthrough seasons they were for her. Coached by Nick Dakin, also part of the 2018 Commonwealth Games in the city of Gold Coast in Australia. Lifetime best in the flat of 52.57. She has at times been a great relay runner, winning the British University's title. So interesting that she's opted for a race on the flat here. And well, we mentioned that it's been a great season for Jessie Knight and Lena Nielsen. Turner perhaps a little way off where she would want to be at this point, but there's another World Championships next year. She's made 2 of those in the past. Every confidence that she can get to a higher level next year. Fionn Roberts then goes in lane 7. The Cardiff athlete, British University's indoor silver medalist and outdoor bronze medalist.
2 metres, please. Thank
And
you.
then Lauren Rule
Green card, please.
of Hards Phoenix goes on the outside in lane 8. So just the 2 heats, and as a result, quite a hotly contested competition.
On your marks.
So Reid, Dickens, Caesar, Harry, Turner, Roberts and Rule, the first heat of the women's 400 metres. Well, Jess Turner doesn't run too many flat 400s, but you would expect her to be very strong here. 53.12 this year, still very respectable and stands out well compared to the rest of her competitors. Olivia Caesar in the white and green vest of Swansea, also going well from lane 4. Jess Turner in the amber Valley and Erewash vest in the yellow. Now motoring through and into the lead. Caesar trying to follow her. Once again, as with most track events that we've seen so far, 2 heats and thereby 3 athletes going through automatically and 2-time qualifiers across the 2 heats through to the final. So here comes Turner, looking strong down the home straight. Caesar just battling with Sean Harry, who's had a fantastic second half of the race. 54.64 for Jess Turner. Very impressive the way that Harry came through. Of course, both her and Caesar will make it through to the final, and then there was a bit of a gap back to 4th place. Sean Harry certainly reasonably close to her lifetime best. .54.52 this year in Birmingham indoors in February, 54.56 outdoors. So Lily Beckford, Susanna Banjo among those to go in heat number 2. So in the high jump, first attempt at 2 meters and 14 centimeters for Adam Awagan of Thames Valley Harriers.
Ladies, don't go past this guy with the yellow flag, right?
So this could be a massive clearance, but unfortunately he didn't have the height.
So 2 more attempts for Adam Awagan. Best this season, 2:12.
So interesting, it appeared certainly to me as though he passed at 2:11, and now going up to 2:14. Of course, Agawacha didn't clear at 2:11, but obviously they both go back to 2:08 because Adam Awagan would have passed. That's the way that I saw it, certainly, unless I'm mistaken. But Adam Awagan, 2 more attempts. And then Yuval Reith, the Australian, 2:25 at best, so he's looking like the favourite overall. And if he is first overall, then the English title specifically would go to the second placed athletes. So Brooks, second attempt at 2:14 now, and he doesn't clear either.
Semi-final number 2. From the inside, it's Laura Clark. In 2, Asher Root of Tunbridge. And in 4, Holly Gregory of Crawley. Lily Beckford of Shaftesbury Barnet. Suzanne Banjo of Newman Essex Beagles. Emma Alderson of Liverpool Harriers. And Ellen Blakey of Derby. Now there in lane 3, Birchfield Harrier.
So, heat number 2, the women's 400 metres. Laura Clark then, right on the inside, all 8 lanes being used. Asher Root of Tonbridge. Newcastle University student, had huge support, the most vocal, loudest support at the British Universities Championships, giving her the extra tiny fraction of a second. Essie Akoto, who is in the 400 metre hurdles and was in the heat at the start of the day, is doubling up here and goes in the 400 metre flat as well. Crawley's Holly Gregory, and alongside her,
On your mark.
so formerly known as Holly Turner, before she got married, in case you recognise that name. British indoor silver medalist 2 years ago, best of 53.78. Then Lily Beckford alongside. 2015 European under-23 4x4 champion with the Nielsen twins, 52.58 at best. Susanna Banjo, Emma Alderson and Ella Blakey completing this lineup. So once again this could be close, with personal best ranging for around 52 to 54 seconds, and a decent chance of some personal bests, you would have thought, that would edge these athletes into a chance of a relay place for Great Britain. If not this year, then maybe next year. So going well on the outside, Susanna Banjo, who was third last year, best of 53.23. Lily Beckford now, though, in the clear down the home straight. Fantastic run from her. S.A. Akoto just fading a little bit in her second race of the day, with Susanna Banjo coming through for second in 54.05. So nice strong win there for Lily Beckford, with Akoto and Banjo joining her in the final. The others will have to wait and see.
So Adam Wogan, third attempt at 2:14.
So reminded that in the high jump, the bar at 2:14, Adam Wagan, he has one attempt left, trying to get the crowd going on the far side. So here he goes. One last chance to stay in the competition and win the England title as well. Adam Wagan unable to do it, and to be honest, that may be the closest that he's got, but just hasn't quite had the height today to get over that particular bar. So we'll have to wait and see where that leaves things in terms of countback with regards Adam Wagan and Aguacha. And Yul Reith is, I believe, still in the competition, so interesting to see what he does.
Shot, Church. 11.94, she's improved too. Silver, Sabrina Fortune on 13.12. As we move on to the men's 400 metres, 5 races in total, 5 heats, first 4 qualified by right. So we have Elliot Powell of Leicester Coritanian, Kevin Hodgson of Bournemouth.
So we're going over next to the men's 400 metres, and there will be 5 heats. We'll start off with Elliot Powell in this first one on the inside. Lane 1 not being used, it's lane 2. Leicester Coritanian athletes. Kevin Hodgson of Bournemouth alongside him. Callum Rorison, the Australian, in lane 4. Maverick Pamphil of Rugby Northampton. Then Luke Lennon-Ford, Irish international, 3 times world indoor relay medalist. He was 6th last year here, 45.23 at best. Tyler Johnson of Jersey Spartan AC, and Peter Shand of Birchfield. Actually looks to be a DNS no athlete in lane 8. So with 5 heats we will have semi-finals and quite easy qualification. It will be top 4 in each heat and then 4-time qualifiers. So in theory everyone could go through, but that's obviously unlikely. So Johnson going well on the outside. Rorison in the green and gold of Australia, though perhaps just shading it. Luke Lennon-Ford in the pale blue of Thames Valley Harriers there. Lennon-Ford has run 46.59 this year. This is another really close competition overall when it comes down to the final, but they have to get there first. Rorison now being overtaken by Maverick Pamphil in 48.60 there.
And he goes clear, Yul Reith at 2:20. 2:22 is best this season, all-time best at 2:25, so I'm sure he'll maybe go to something like 2:23 maybe. I'll leave it and wait to see.
So while that was happening, that race, Ulrich cleared in the high jump, and he's now the only man left in, so he's chosen to put the bar up to 2 meters and 20.
Let's go, man, let's go.
So indeed it is 2:23.40. So I think Ulrich will take his attempt at 2:23 before this heat gets underway. Just returned from Eugene where he did 2:17. So looking good in this high jump competition. So here we go, looking for your support.
So here goes the Australian Ulrich, and he fails at the first attempt of actually 2:23 that he chose to put the bar up to. So lifetime best from last year of 2:25 for the Australian. 22 years of age and winning the Australian title earlier this year in Sydney in April. And a great year last year in which he improved by 10 centimetres outdoors. So, second heat of 5 then. It features Ben Wales on the inside, Thomas Correll, Ellis Greatrix, Matthew Overall, Jamal Clark, Kareem Selman Jackson and Jamal Marcus Roden. Stevens goes on the outside. So Jamal Marcus Roden Stevens, lifetime best of 45.86. He's got an equal BB of 10.29 in the 100 and 28.8 in the 200. 400 metres season's best at La Chaux de Fonds of 45.95. Expected to be the standout athlete here, and that's the way he started the race. So an athlete who's previously been part of GB relay teams and looking strong once again. So once again on the outside for Shaftesbury Barnet. Watch out for Thomas Correll coming through there for second place. Kareem Selman Jackson just with him. 46.98 on the clock for Jamal Marcus Roden Stevens.
So the women's ambulance shot competition in its final round. No change in the pecking order. Amy Thompson finishes with 7.62. high jump, you'll read, second attempt. Distance row still in progress.
So Ulrich, second attempt for the Australian at 2 meters 23. So jumped a little late there, couldn't make it over. He'll have one more attempt in a moment's time. You're watching live coverage then from Bedford of the England Athletics Senior Championships. There we go, just been handed a start list for later on the final of the women's 100 metres, not too long after the heats and in less than an hour's time. Doina Aderinto, Hilary Godet, Rachel Miller, Annie Tago, Leonie Ashmead, Ellie May Bandy, Ebony Carr and Diani Walker in the final.
Olivia Church improved to 12.10 in the Ambulant shots. It's second place, he beats her athletes. In the meantime, it will be third and final attempt for Mule Reed in the high jump. Season's best will be. So, Ulrich, looking for your support, final attempt.
So Ulrich, here goes the Australian, it's his third attempt at 2:23. No, wasn't close there, I'm afraid, for the athlete who was part of the qualification round of the World Athletics Championships in Oregon.
And the line-up for this third heat.
2:25 is best, and 2:22 the season's best. He was going for a best in 2022. Quite impressive stuff though for the Australian, first overall. And we'll wait and see who the full medalists are in a moment's time. Results available on Roster Athletics app.
On your mark.
Third heat for the men then. Omololu Abiodun, a former British Universities champion over 100 and 200 metres back in 2015. Looking very strong over moving to the 400 metres, as you can see. 48.2, his new best this year. Connor Neal, Kema Egbunike, Cameron Bailey, Sam Hazel, former European junior relay medalist. Mark Cotton, British University 4x4 champion back in 2019, and Lee Thompson, a world indoor semi-finalist in 2018. So Lee Thompson going off well on the outside, being chased there by Mark Cotton in the red and white of Bristol and West. Bit of a gap back there. Interesting to see who finishes this race strongly, because these two on the outside going well. So Thompson in the green and blue of Sheffield and Durn, right on the outside. 46.45 this year. Cotton 47.71.
for the automatic qualifying, with Thompson.
But all change coming down that home straight. And it's Cameron Bailey who looked to have just shaded it. 48.68 from Thompson. So Bailey finishing really strongly here. Let's have a look. Well, difficult call from that angle. Anyway, both of them safely through to the final. Abiodun and Neil were also finishing quickly and battling with Cottam. 2 more heats to come. And this is not the right lineup. You know that Rio Mitchum, the British senior bronze medalist, will be in this. And Ben Higgins, the British indoor champion as well. So Higgins also winning the Bucks outdoor title. He was part of the World Indoor 4x4 team. Guy Learmonth was also drafted into that. Predominantly an 800-metre runner. Ben Higgins has improved to 46.38 this year. He was 7th at the British Outdoor Championships, which finished curiously, in fact. Matt Hudson-Smith winning as expected, and then Lewis Davey and Rio Mitchum beating the faster on paper Joe Breyer and Alex Haydock-Wilson. So Ben Hawkes also involved in this race. He was 4th at the British University Championships in Chelmsford and finishing in the same position at the England Under-23s here 2 weeks ago. First at the Welsh Championships, he's improved this year to 47.36. So it's all around really that 46 to 47 second mark that these athletes are at this current point capable of. .48 seconds for the previous heat that we saw, and this is the penultimate one. So the full lineup for City of Sheffield and Durn. We've already had Lee Thompson go through, and Ben Higgins wears those colours once again. Rio Mitchum of Birchfield from lane 3. Mitchum, another who's moved up to the 400 metres, 46.22 at best. Smashed his PB at the British Senior Champs. This is really his second full season running 400 metres.
On your mark.
He was the England Under-23 silver medalist last year. 5 years ago he won the England Under-20 indoor title. That was before he moved to 400. Isaac Ogunlade alongside Matthew Buckner, Lewis Thorne, Ben Hawkes and Nick Canonic on the outside for Yayton District AC. Heat number 4 of the men's 400 metres.
So this is heat number 4.
So close initially with Rio Mitchum going nicely, bearing down and passing Ogunlade. So he's had the standout first 200. Ben Higgins now chasing, motoring down that back straight. It could be all changed once again in the final stages. So Higgins more and more into contention all the time. That should be Rio Mitchum leading indeed down the home straight. So Mitchum coming through dominantly and looking for a good time here. 47.31, Mitchum from Higgins, and then very close behind, it looked like Ben Hawkes took third place. Lewis Thorne might have taken fourth there. Rio Mitchum, who is part of a big relay team for the men's 4x4 at the European Championships. Huge delight for him. Had some injury issues moving up to the 400 metres, getting used to the event, learning it all the time, and now he has a chance of a senior best. Of course, being in the relay doesn't guarantee running in the event, but a chance to learn and be part of the team first senior championships is fantastic stuff, and I'm sure Ben Higgins would say the same. Obviously he did run at the World Indoors, and yeah, particularly sometimes the indoors a good development opportunity for some athletes, like Lee Thompson for the World Indoors in Birmingham 4 years ago. That was breaking some ground for him, but it came after doing well at the British Indoors, and it's good to see the national championships. Good performance is rewarded with international selection always. So just a shot there of the mixed club throw final, which has got underway around 15 minutes ago. So that features Kirsty Souter, Robert Alliston, Bethan Griffiths and Stephen Miller. Competing alternately is also the seated discus throw. Kirsty Souter also in that, and Ozioma in Lewedham. So, Roster Athletics app is your place for results. And in the Athletics website you can find also the timetable there if you prefer.
Now we move on to the fifth and final heat of the 400 metres.
So this is heat number 5 of 5 of the men's 400. Michael Shonibare in 3, Kyle Alexander in 4, then Dale Willis, Hakan Dalbal, Dan Putnam and Ollie Biddle.
Then Dale Willis and Corby AC. Then in 6 is Hakan Dalbal.
So Dalbal new lifetime best this year of 47.52. Third at the British University's Indoor Championships for Leeds University, and 6th outdoors. He was also in that position of 6th at the England Under-23s here a couple of weeks ago, but one with decent improvement this year, up from 48.98. So what's that, 1.3, 1.4 seconds. Ollie Biddle was third here last year, best of 46.56, and Dan Putnam, recent PB, 3/4 of a second off it in Stratford last week, 46.33. He was actually 6th at the British Senior Championships. So Shonibare not appearing to be there, same as we saw DNS previously, but Alexander, Willis, Dalbal, Putnam and Biddle all involved. So only one of these athletes won't make it through automatically to those semi-finals.
Blackheath and Bromley.
Alexander going terrifically well though for Giffnock North in the yellow on the inside. Now Putnam starting to move up on Biddle. So those are two athletes who've improved nicely this year and should be closely matched around the mid-46 mark on paper. So can Alexander keep up the speed down this home straight? Putnam looks round and feels very comfortable from Biddle from Alexander. 47.77, and it looks like there's certainly more to come from Dan Putnam. He didn't want to do too much there in coming through to win his heat.
So we've had an ambulance starting block not collected yet, the ladies 100 metres. If you've not collected your starting blocks, they are in the technical room if you would like to collect. So we're ready for presentation now for the men's high jump competition. Bronze medal, 2 metres and 8 centimetres. From Thames Valley, Tony Adamawagan. The silver medal, also 208, Blackheath and Bromley.
So we went back to count back in the end, as we suspected. Adamawagan passed at 2:11, didn't clear at 2:14, so went back on count back. Adamawagan bronze, Agawacha silver, and then Brooks for Yeaton District taking the gold medal. So these are our England medalists, of course, with Yor Reith, the Australian, our overall winner. So here is a look at what's still to come today across the next 3 hours of action. Men's pole vault getting underway, expecting that to feature Charlie Myers. Men's 5,000, the next track event. And women's steeplechase to follow. That women's long jump should be strong. Seated shot, the latest of our power events. Then semi-finals, and in fact I believe the women's 100 metres, no semi-finals there, so just going straight to a final at semi-final time. That's what's expected.
Right down there. Thank you. Then this doubles up as my carry thing for the sensors.
Yep, I'll lock it up. Sorry about that.
Athletes gathering on the far side for the final of the men's 5,000 metres. So Nick Cole in the pole vault goes clear at 4:52, the City of Sheffield athlete. Just 4 competitors over there. And warming up in front of us, it's the women for the long jump. Large field there of 15 athletes. Next of all will be Jack Phipps at Birchfield.
So the men's 5,000 metre final then getting underway on track. Let's have a look at this lineup. Tom Butler of Shaftesbury Barnet, Dean Williamson, Josh Carr of Thames Hare and Hounds, Kieran Riley of Tunbridge, Jack Gray, Daniel Bebbington, Blackburn Harriers, Ricky Harvey of Aldershot Farnham District, and then Callum O'Neill. So 8 athletes. It's like one of the sprint track finals, isn't it? But really interesting how this one might play out. In fact, whether everyone might choose to stick to the pace a bit longer, much less of a gap from the back to the front that you'd normally have, and therefore potentially less field spread. So a lot of these athletes, decent range as usual. Kieran Riley, he was 5th over 1,500 metres here last year, or at these championships indeed. 14:11 at best. He was also 5th at the British Universities Championships over the shorter 1,500 metre distance. Ricky Harvey, PB of 14:04. This is his first 5,000 of the year. He was 3rd at the Loughborough International over 3,000 metres, and over this distance the Southern champion 3 years ago back in 2019. Jack Gray, the Midlands silver medalist over 3,000 metres last year, 14:02 at best for him, and 14:04 this year. And Tom Butler, 5 years ago the Southern under-20 1,500 metre champion, best of 14:16, 14:48 this year. What about Daniel Bebbington? Well, he's the Northern 1,500 metre silver medalist, 14:31.86 at best, so a little off those I mentioned, but perhaps he can contend with them by sticking with their pace. He was at 4th over 1,500 metres at these championships last year, and a bronze medalist over the mile in 2018, finishing 4th over the same distance a year later. Yes, these championships were kind of switched between Bedford and the Sports City Stadium in Manchester. Athletes typically quite like Bedford because the track is usually quite fast. In Sports City in Manchester, it's been obviously relayed at the point where it replaced the Alexander Stadium at the home as the home of the National British Senior Championships. So Jack Gray, who quite likes fun running, is out at the front in the white Cambridge and Coleridge vest.
Williamson, Colchester just tucks it behind him. He's now on the shoulder of Ricky Harvey.
So Jack Gray then round 3:18 for the first kilometre when he came through there. Now has 9.5 laps to go. Ricky Harvey in the red, green and white Aldershot, Farnham and District vest. So as we suspected, the smaller group just enables them to try and keep pace with this group, and of course fewer athletes means for some less desire to try and pull away, to try and break the field also. 9 laps to go, and Josh Carr has moved up into second place, and Tom Butler there you can see in fourth, Dean Williamson in third, and just now Jack Gray is starting to push the pace. You could also argue that smaller field, if you start upping the speed early, then there's less people who might have the chance of coming past you.
Tom Butler still there in third place. Well, that injection of pace has really strung out the field now.
So lots of action to come your way across this afternoon. We've got the women's steeplechase will be the next track event, and that's set to go off in around 12 to 15 minutes time. Women's 100 metre final at 20 to 3. Be sure to be with us for that. First track final.
299, Josh Carr there at Thames and Hare and Hounds.
So still Gray, and then Carr, and then Butler's moved into third place, and these few just starting to break away. So coming up to the second kilometre, and you can quite clearly see that it has been faster as Carr just moves into the lead of Thames Hare and Hounds.
So 6:08 at 2k.
So 6:08 at 2k. So more than 10 seconds faster than the previous kilometre. Jack Gray just checking his watch as he follows Josh Carr. That gap had started to open up, but now being closed again. So good race management there from Ricky Harvey, just to try and bridge it.
There's only dropped one athlete now, so a decent pace, but there's still 7 athletes in contention. Jack Gray pushing on at the front.
So Josh Carr, this is his first 5,000 metres of the year. He did do a 5k, 14:55 in the Isle of Man in April. That was a lifetime best of 14:26.13. So some 20 seconds on paper off others in this race.
All sorts of fillings. We've got salads, ice creams and the likes. All being served over there on that first bend.
Carr is a former England under-23 silver medalist over 1500 metres back in 2016. So, yeah, so much pedigree over 1500. You just wonder what kind of pace they'll be to burn over the last couple of laps, what will be left.
And I think we're ready for the presentation of medals now for the Ambulant shot women's competition.
So these two just starting to move clear as we come through, approaching the 3 kilometre split, 5 laps to go, and Jack Gray perhaps deciding now to move through. Sense that Carr was tiring, he's just dropped back. And he'll try and stay in this race.
The gold medal and England champion, 13-12 from the side, Sabrina Fortune.
So not quite as fast there through that third kilometre, but still
9 minutes and 3 seconds at 3K.
9 minutes and 3 seconds. Very close to the second kilometre.
Next 4 athletes. Danny Bevington of Blackburn Harriers is showing for the first time. 1500 specialists.
So 6:08 then 9:03.
So Jack Gray, 4 laps to go.
Jack Gray still looking at that watch with 4 laps to go now, as the Blackburn man Daniel Bevington moves into second place. Kieran Riley of Tunbridge in third, then Ricky Harvey, and Carr has dropped well back into 5th out of 7 then.
Second attempt, Jack Phipps.
So Bevington, now he's working hard on his own there to try and close down Jack Gray, and he's doing a decent job of it.
That goes over at 4:72.
So Jack Gray trying to manage this race as best as possible, but Daniel Bevington doing a terrific job in getting up to the back of him. He's almost there, but Gray working those arms hard. You can see different running styles of the two athletes really fighting then. So 3 laps to go, around 11:20 it was, with 1200 metres remaining, and Bevington, I think he might just settle in behind Gray, or is he going to go past? Maybe he'll just sit in for a moment. Oh no, he's going to come through on the inside.
Bevington's joined
I just wondered whether he would be content to sit in behind for a minute and just wait to take victory, but perhaps going for a decent time as well here.
11:56 at 4K.
So 11:56 then through the 4K mark, another 2:55 split. So we're on for 14:50. Coming through with 2 laps to go, and a very settled Kieran Riley in third position, all on his own, just crossing the line now.
Kieran Riley
And Ricky Harvey solid in fourth. Again, nearly 50 metres behind our leaders. And Dean Williamson in fifth place. Tom Butler in sixth. Carr in seventh. Callum O'Neill in eighth position. So this is going to be some final lap. Jack Gray of Cambridge and Coleridge CNC on his white vest. Daniel Bevington of Blackburn Harriers.
Kieran Riley still going well there in third place.
So it's going to come down to this last 400, 13:41 on that clock. Having a nice final phase of the race is Kieran Riley. He's just closing the gap ever so slightly, but probably not enough, given that our two leaders are going to fight tooth and nail out front. At one point it looked like Bevington was going to come past, and then he kind of drifted back in. Maybe he decided that the best thing to do was probably to wait, and that's what he's still doing. So on the outside then, Daniel Bevington in the blue. Jack Gray still fighting, driving those arms hard into the final 100 metres. Jack Gray holding his position. Bevington trying to come through on the inside before. Now he goes round the outside and comes clear of Jack Gray, who can't quite respond. A thrilling finish for Bevington, who wins the England title from Gray in 14:46.43. And then in third place, Kieran Riley. A nice solid race in behind, and all on his own for much of the race, particularly the latter stages with Ricky Harvey. Same can be said of him across these last couple of kilometres. He finishes in fourth position. Dean Williamson will come home in fifth now. And Tom Butler and Josh Carr, tiring Josh Carr, who tried to go with the pace early on and fading somewhat in the latter stages. Callum O'Neill just finishing here. Callum O'Neill in 8th place then, and that concludes the men's 5,000 metre final. The steeplechase hurdles will shortly be out on track for the women's final, coming up in a moment's time.
That's how you guys will join the group. Do these ones. See amounts here. That's right.
Jack Phipps goes clear first attempt, 4:82. had a car pod handed in. If you have mislaid a car pod,
What do you want from the camera?
please just check if you've mislaid it, so it's in the announcer's box. And on the far side, the athlete's ready for the 3K steeplechase forward. So 5 competitors in this women's 3,000 metre steeplechase. Maisie Grice involved the shots.
So over we go from the men's 5,000 to now the women's 3,000 metre steeplechase. And although there are only 5 athletes, it is still a strong field, similar to that men's 5,000 won just then by Daniel Bevington from Jack Gray and Kieran Riley. So Maisie Grice we have in this, who represented Great Britain at the European Athletics Team Championships in Horzo last year, and has got very close to breaking the 10-minute barrier, which for athletes at this levels is a great achievement. And then if you can break 9:30, that is world class, and you start to be selected for all the major championships. And if you can break 9:15, then you can get close or closer to the medals, depending on the championship, of course. But so Maisie Grice alongside Chloe Sharp, who's also in this, the Woking athlete Southern champion, and that's her only 3K steeple time on record, in fact 10:52. Kirsty Booth 11:07 at best of Taunton. So also Lucy Jones, 4th at the British Universities and 8th at the British Championships, 10:25. She was 4th here last year, also coached by Luke Gunn, as is Maisie. And then Emily Moyes, so the former British University's record holder over the 2K steeple, which they run there, which was actually overtaken by Amy Pratt. And Emily Moyes with a lifetime best of 10:15. Spent some time in the US, the Aldershot athlete, and also a decent distance runner, along with Maisie Grice. You'd have to say the same. Maisie Grice actually won this title last year, and she won the Bucks title as well. And then indoors she did the 3,000 metre flat, in which she won bronze. Of the cross country this year as well. Done well. She was 5th at Bucks Cross in 2019.
Oh, just a slight tumble there, unfortunately, for Lucy Jones.
So Maisie Grice leading at the moment,
As was.
about to come through, having completed 1 out of 3K.
So it is Maisie Grice now. 3:23.4 through the first 1,000 metres. So pretty good running here, not far outside the 10 minutes or so. And that's more or less the range that these 3 athletes have done this season. We're on 3rd attempt in the pole vault at 4:82, Nick Cole. So Jashisha Thomas there, Blackington Bromley, first round jump.
So as expected, Maisie Grice leading out Emily Moyes. And then it's Lucy Jones in third place.
Thomas, fine start.
So 4 laps to go, 4:50 at this point.
Rebecca Chapman of Cardiff just taken their first round jump.
So Maisie Grice doing really well in this steeplechase race to be out there on her own and effectively almost like a training session for her. Just to keep up the energy levels, keep up that hurdling technique and keep focused. You can see big gaps for these athletes now.
5.90 for Rebecca Chapman.
Long jump final happening simultaneously, hearing that Rebecca Chapman, who was at the Commonwealth Games of Wales 4 years ago and a former British senior silver medalist in 2017, has jumped 5 metres 90. Also involved in coaching these days is Chapman. Alice Hopkins is also in this final.
Next up, Jordana Morris of Bracknell.
And Jahisha Thomas as well, who's been selected for the European Athletics Championships in Munich next month. One of a number of really exciting debuts. I believe the biggest European British team ever. British team for the European Championships ever. 3 laps to go for Maisie Grice. 6:17 was on the clock there. And Emily Moyes 5 seconds behind. With Jones another 5 seconds behind her. Chloe Sharp in 4th. And then Kirsty Booth coming through here in 5th place.
Jordana Morris has taken her first round jump. 6:56.8 at 2K rather, this 3K race.
So 6:58 at the 2 kilometre mark. So can Maisie Grice go sub 10:30 here?
Well, it's 2 laps to go now on the marker. Maisie Grice.
Looking a little bit more tired than she was earlier in the race, but still hurling pretty well. Emily Moyes in 2nd. That gap has pretty much stayed the same, but she being Emily Moyes has pulled further clear of Lucy Jones of Sharnwood. So Maisie Grice 5th in the UK this year. I've seen some really decent improvements. In fact, 11 of the top 12 in the UK this year have all set lifetime bests. Amy Pratt, the new British record in Oregon of 9:15. Lizzie Bird 9:19 in June, former British record holder of course. And then Elise Thorner making the European Championships team 9:32, massive improvement for her, and just shows you what could be around the corner with another great season for the likes of Maisie Grice. Kate Seary has improved as well, Welsh international, and Sarah Tate, the Scottish champion, around what Maisie Grice is doing, 9:55 and 10:05 this year respectively.
So Lucy Jones goes
Luke
through.
Gunn coaching quite a few of our top steeplechasers. So still as you were with Grice from Moyes, with that gap growing to Charnwood's Lucy Jones. So you don't get too many defending champions winning back-to-back gold medals in the same event here at the England Seniors. Maisie Grice is going to be one of those. So here comes Maisie Grice to take the England senior title, and she is going to be sub 10:30, 10 minutes 28, a fantastic solo run, a nice strong final 50 metres there from Emily Moyes to come in second to take silver. And then Lucy Jones looked to be tiring, but has also summoned some strength to come home and take the bronze. So these athletes are fighting in their solo performances across 3K. Chloe Sharp, another who had something left in her legs there.
Outside the 11-minute marker there. A good run from her.
She's just outside 11 minutes. And then Kirsty Booth of Taunton. You can see just checking her run heavily, coming into that final barrier. No surprise to see an athlete tiring at the end of a steeplechase race. You can see there Chloe Sharp looking absolutely exhausted, but being helped up usefully by Emily Moyes. We are just a few minutes away from the women's 100-metre final at semi-final time. No semi-finals were needed. So just a couple of minutes behind that schedule, but we'll be there very soon. Likes of Rachel Miller and Annie Tago, who was sitting just a couple of rows beneath me in the stand a few minutes ago. I'm glad she's no longer there, because otherwise she wouldn't be taking part in the final. So she's obviously got herself ready, got herself through the call room after warming up, and should be heading towards the start line. So women's long jump final is underway. We are in the second round, and in this final we have Adana Okoku of Thames Valley Harriers, Charlotte Jones of Charnwood, Cardiff Archers Emily Thomas, Hayley Perrin, Jahisha Thomas, one of those who's been selected for the European Championships, as I mentioned, which is fantastic for her. Rebecca Chapman, as we talked about before, 590 for her. But let's watch Jahisha Thomas. So lifetime best of 669, pretty close to that this year.
Jahisha Thomas on the runway.
So the crowd getting excited for the athlete who has been to the European Indoors in 2019 for Great Britain.
6:06 in the first round.
6:06 in the first round, and that looks better.
See what the distance is.
Well out to the end of the pit there. So Thomas 6:56 this year.
Oh, 6:49 there, so great jumping.
6:49 for Jahisha Thomas, who's also the second best triple jumper in the UK in 2022.
Just a few minutes now to our next final on the track, and we revert back to the 100 metres. Will be the senior women.
So Becky Chapman, as I mentioned, the Commonwealth athlete from 4 years ago and British senior silver medalist. Alice Hopkins, lifetime best of 6:52 and 6:27 at this year for the Oxford City athletes. European under-23 finalist as well in Javelin, Sweden. So now Jordana Morrish of Bracknell, 6 meters 10 for Alice Hopkins, by the way. Also in this, Stephanie Jones, Eliona Kruger of South Africa, Suzanne Palmer, Brittany Carroll, Ellen Barber, Iona Irvin, Lucy Fellows also. So 15 athletes in a long jump final. Which is fairly unusual. But to have 2 rounds, a qualification round, to knock out just 3 athletes seems harsh. So 5:37 coming up for Morrish, the Bracknell athlete. Stephanie Jones of Sale Harriers next. So as you can see, a lifetime best of 6 meters exactly for Stephanie Jones, the Welsh woman. Here in this second round now. So she gets the white flag as well. So the women's 100 meter final coming up in just a couple of minutes' time, by the way. And should be really exciting.
So the athletes are just about ready for this 100 metre women's final. In lane 1, it's Doyen Adarintu of Cambridge Harriers. Then in 2, Hilary Goad of Leeds City. In 3, Rachel Miller of Thames Valley Harriers. I think unfortunately Anitago not there in 4, but in 5 we have Leonie Ashmead of Wakefield District. Fantastic time this season. In 6, Emmy May Bandy of Hearts Phoenix. And in 7, Ebony Carr and Marshall Milton Keynes.
So here we go for the women's 100 metre final. Doyen Adarinto of Cambridge goes in 1. Hilary Godet of Leeds City goes in lane 2. 11:63 at best. England under 20 bronze medalist. That's her PB race, in fact. Then Rachel Miller, perhaps just marginally the favourite. 11:23 at best. European indoor semi-finalist in 2019. Anitago alongside her. Doesn't look like that she's there actually for this women's 100 final. Then Leonie Ashmead has looked strong, the Northern champion from last year and silver medalist from these championships a year ago. Then Ellie May Bandy, new PB of 11:72 in Dagenham recently. Ebony Carr, British University's bronze medalist, and Diani Walker, former Bucks champion. So here we go with this final. Rachel Miller looking very strong. Can anyone challenge her? Here comes Hilary Godet trying to do so, but Miller takes the title. Very close between Godet and Ashmead. 11.56 for Rachel Miller. Well, I wondered whether she was just marginally the favourite, and in the end it was a close race. Godet was pushing in the latter stages, the Leeds City athlete in the blue, and then Ashmead starts to come through here from lane 5 in the white and green, and it looks as though Ashmead just takes second place, but we'll leave that to photo finish because sometimes the angle can skew it a little bit. But there really wasn't much to separate this whole field here in this final.
Well, next up on track have been the semi-finals of the men's 100 metres, 3 semis. Great action to look forward to there, just a few minutes' time. Meantime, this women's long jump competition continues. It's in the 3rd round.
Into the 3rd round of the women's long jump, we're looking here at Charlotte Jones. Oh no, we're not. It's Emily Thomas of Cardiff Archers, 4.61. So the men's 100 metre semi-finals coming up in a few moments' time. The athletes are out there just practicing their starts, so high time to focus on this long jump, if I can get the name of the athlete right. Emily Thomas of Cardiff Archers. So another jump that is approaching 6 metres there.
14 minutes, 48, 1-3, Jack Gray.
So having a look at the replay, driving that runway, hitting the board and then flying into the jump. So Bebbington and Gray and Riley, the 1, 2 and 3 there in the men's 5,000 metres.
So on the runway for a 3rd round jump, Jahisha Thomas, 6.49 in that 2nd round. Here we go.
So Jahisha Thomas, with the delight fueling her that she's going to those European champs. Over 6 metres so far, 6.69 her PB, 6.56 her season's best. So 6.32 in the 3rd round for Jahisha Thomas. Now over to Chapman. So in the red and white vest of Wales, here comes Becky Chapman then.
So in this first semi-final of 3 over 100 metres, from the inside, we have Adam Cross of
So we have another look here.
Then Henry and Woke.
Nice clean acceleration and just coming out of the sandpit as though she wanted to escape fast.
Morgan Harrison of Hull. Louis Hitchcliffe of Sheffield, Marini Arway of Invicta, Josh Brown of Cardiff, and Jack Lawrence on Birchfield. Don't think we can see.
So no semi-finals needed for the women, but actually there are 3 semi-finals in the men's 100 metres. And we've got Adam Cross of Cambridge and Coleridge, Henry Nwoke, the young talent Liverpool Harrier, in 2. Then Andy Robertson, one of the favourites for the title, the Sale Harrier and defending champion. David Morgan Harrison, the Bucks champion. Louis Hinchliffe, City of Sheffield and Durn. He was absolutely rapid in the heat. Korede Awe, British University's indoor 60-metre bronze medalist. Joshua Brown of Cardiff, and then Jack Lawrence of Birchfield, also a great 60-metre runner, the British University's indoor silver medalist, who narrowly missed this final last year. And a Coventry student. So Cross, Nwoke, Robertson, Morgan Harrison, Hinchliffe, Awe, Brown and Lawrence. The first semi-final of the men's 100 metres. So Hinchliffe once again so strong. Here comes Morgan Harrison battling. Hinchliffe from Morgan Harrison in 10.15. Louis Hinchliffe once again shattering his lifetime best. I wonder what the wind reading is this time. Hopefully it is legal, but this man is having some championships. I mentioned that 6 years ago Joe Fearon ran faster and faster and ended up with 9.96 in the final. And you just wonder what Louis Hinchliffe can do when it comes down to medals being battled for. And you may have noticed in the middle of all that Andy Robertson didn't actually start, so that was said to be a very strong heat with Hinchliffe, Morgan Harrison and Robertson.
So we're doing the presentation now for the seated shot put for the women. Doing the 3K.
So another great run there by Hinchliffe, and just going to have a look actually at the Roster Athletics app to see whether his earlier time was wind legal. So you can download the Roster app and then search in the competitions for England Athletics, and you should find today's event. Elione Kruger in the Shaftesbury run at best, the South African international. So she actually won the South African title last year. In 2017 she was the African under-20 heptathlon champion and has a best of 6 metres 42. So I can tell you first of all that Louis Hinchliffe, his time from the heats earlier on was wind legal. It was plus 1.3, 10.3 exactly, and Eugene Amadadze was second fastest qualifier, 10.36. Daniel Afaya, 10.40. We're looking now at Suzanne Palmer in the third round of this long jump final. Looks like Charlie Myers still left in the men's pole vault final. And the bar first attempt at 5.22.
So the lineup for the second semi-final, we've got Jake Penny of Athletics Australia, Harry Taylor, Loughborough, Samson Plummer, Shaftesbury, Nick Walsh, Sale, Kai Chambers Brown, Birchfield, Eugene Amadadze, Woodford Green, Jordan Watson Brown of Shaftesbury, and Elliot Jones, Liverpool, Pembroke.
Okay, to semi-final number 2 of the men's 100. We've got Jake Penny of the Athletics Australia, one of our guests. Harry Taylor of Loughborough, Zanson Plummer, Shaftesbury Barnet, Nick Walsh of Sale, Kai Chambers Brown of Birchfield, Eugene Amodadze, Woodford Green and Essex Ladies, Jordan Watson-Brown of Shaftesbury Barnet, and then Elliot Jones of Liverpool, Pembroke and Sefton. So Amodadze, as the second gun goes there. Amodadze winning the England silver and the British Championship silver as well. 10.2, his lifetime best, and right on that this year. So we saw a DQ in the 400 hurdles at the start of the day with Seamus Derbyshire, one of the favourites, going out without having run, which was a shame for him.
Well, unfortunately, we lose Hanson Plummer.
So Zanson Plummer has been DQ'd. So let's see if we can have another look. Zanson Plummer there, very clear and obvious there in lane 3. So top 2 to go through to that final, and then 2 timed qualifiers.
Well, we're underway, second semi-final.
So now we get underway, and Amodadze looking really strong with Chambers Brown chasing him, as well as Walsh. 10.16. Well, this is proving to be rapid once again, with a personal best for either athlete and probably both.
Legal wind is a possibility, pretty blustering.
So very close on the line between Nick Walsh of Sale in the green and the white and green stripes of Amodadze. But you look here how Walsh comes through right at the end of the race as Amodadze just does hold him off. Needed that angle again to be short.
That last 20 family.
So some thrilling times in these semi-finals, and we still got one more to come, but for 2 semi-finals to be 10.1 is absolutely terrific stuff.
Unfortunately, just over the limit of plus 2.4.
So I can tell you that the wind is actually plus 2.4, unfortunately. In semi-final number 1, it was plus 3.8, the wind.
Conditions.
Yeah, right. Well, that's what they've said on the photo finish, but on the pad.
We can have our steeplechase medalists presentation, please. So Lucy Jones, Emily Moyes, Macy Price.
Not so bad.
Yeah.
Not as it's really horrible.
We await this third semi-final.
Just querying
We're in the 4th round of the long
we had 69 and 5th.
in distance row.
I know. Would you rather do that than do the judges? Like,
Yes, underway.
There's actually quite a gap, so she was experienced. Yeah. Yeah. Which is what they put through. Yeah. We took that. Yeah. Well, that's going to be a family element tonight. Was it John? I'd say. Yeah. Well, no, that's right. No. Unless somebody.
So the lineup then for this third and final semi-final. On the inside we have Rhys Earle and Thames Valley Harriers. Then Olamide Isaac of Woodford Green, Oliver Bromby of Southampton, Kieran Davies, Blackheath and Bromley, Dana Fire of Thames Valley, great gun in the heats, Confidence Lawson and Shaftesbury Barnet. Kessie Oladaye of Harrow is in 7, and in 8, Tom Summers, Newman Essex Beagles. Full line-up for this third semi-final.
So the third semi-final now of the men's 100 metres. Rhys Earl, Olamide Isaac, Oliver Bromby, Kieran Daly, Daniel Ofire, Confidence Lawson, Kezi Oladoy and Tom Summers. So Tom Summers, we typically see these days over 200 and 400. Confidence Lawson often performs well at these championships over the 100. Ollie Bromby, former European under-23 medalist. So here comes a fire though, chased by Bromby, who comes through in 10.22. So all three of these semi-finals 10.2 or faster, even though the wind has been over the legal limit on the first two. It's still rapid times. So Bromby coming through on a fire in the pale blue.
Yeah. Cheese and pickle. Thank you.
10.25 winning time, and again just over the legal limit of plus 2.8.
So the wind is plus 2.8 there. So once again over the legal limit, unfortunately, but still fantastic performances.
Silver medal, 10 minutes 34.13 from on the shots, Emily Boyd. Gold medal, and defending her title, the England champion with 10.28.04 from on the shots, Macy Grice.
So Suzanne Palmer now in this fourth round of the women's long jump final. Jahisha Thomas the standout so far.
So we revert back to the 400 metres for the wheelchair men. Late competitors in this final.
So Kruger of South Africa with her fourth round effort. .632 so far this year. So next on track, by the way, will be the men's 400 metre wheelchair final in 4 minutes time. Then we have the frame running for the women and the men over 400. We will have Ambulant 400 metres to follow. This is Becky Chapman though.
5.94 for Kruger in the 4th round.
5.94 for Kruger in round 4. Alice Hopkins now waiting on the runway in the Oxford City colours to jump. Hopkins 6.27, her best this year coming into this comp.
So, presentation of medals for the men's club throw. The silver medal.
So great speed there from Hopkins, and that could well be an improvement for her. So another athlete trying to find her best form.
26.14 from Gateshead Harriers, Stephen Miller.
Getting consistently over 6.50 really is the sign of a great long jumper. Seven metres really is the hallowed turf, if you like. 6 metres 19 coming up for Hopkins.
So Alice Hopkins, 6.19, best built so far in the 4th round.
So that improves her.
And Jahisha Thomas now on the
Jahisha
runway.
Thomas, hard to compete with. .13.59 in the triple jump this year, new lifetime best, and 6.56 in the long jump, and she goes long into the pit here. Really does seem to be enjoying herself out here in Bedford.
The line-up for this wheelchair final is Dylan LeRoy on the inside, then James Freeman, Motez John Neats, and they're all from the Weir Archery Academy. Then we've got Joe Brazier of Harlow, Josh Hartley of Coventry the Diver, Richard Chiasaro of Harlow, Jamie Edwards of Weir, and Yen Zhu of Coventry the Diver.
So of course after the 3rd round the order was changed, so we'll keep an eye particularly on our top athletes in that final as we go back to the track for the men's 400 metre wheelchair final with Dylan Labroy, James Freeman, Motez Jomny, Joe Brazier, Josh Hartley, Richard Chiasaro, Jamie Edwards and Zinju. So Richard Chiasaro from lane 6, watch out for him in the blue vest. European champion over 200 metres. He's in the T54 classification.
Down the back straight, Richard Chiasaro is the quickest.
Includes people with spinal cord injuries for wheelchair racing.
Well below,
so Chiasaro going really nicely here. Also a bronze medalist, I should say, in this event at the World Championships London 2017, Harlow Athletic Club. So look how strongly he takes the win in this from Labroy, who comes home 2nd, and then Jomny 3rd, the Weir Archer Academy athletes, Brazier and then Hartley. So great to see all 8 lanes used as well, and participation growing, getting all the athletes together. Many of them know each other very well. Some of them are part of the same setup in Coventry, some part of the Weir Archer Academy as well.
And the presentation of medal now for the women's club throw. And the gold medal, England champion with 15.16 from Red Star, Kirsty Souter.
We move on to the fifth round now. And Hayley Perrin. So she's just waiting for her moment. There's been a bit of a delay getting this fifth round underway. Possibly while that race was ongoing. Perrin getting close to 6 meters. It's hard really to tell from that angle just exactly where she lands in the sandpit. You can see these new digital scoreboards being used at England athletics events for the first time. Certainly I've seen them this year. Previously with the old-fashioned boards. I wonder if the next step on that kind of innovation is the result being entered and then immediately appearing, because it's a similar type of technology to the old-fashioned boards where you choose the numbers and then display it on the screen. It's a bit like the fourth officials boards in football.
Qualifiers. In the first heat, Hinchcliffe and Morgan Harrison, 10.19 and 10.31. In the second semi, Alan Dancy with 10.18 and Nick Walsh, 10.22. And then the first four from the third semi-final, Bromley 10.25, Mafia 10.31, Daly 10.34, and Lawson 10.26.
Jordana Morris of Bracknell, we saw her previous jump of 5.37. This is her fifth go, of course.
And presentation for the seated discus bowling women. Gold medal and England champion with 7.65 again from Red Star, Kirsty Souter. Second medal of the day.
So we had Charlie Denman against Orla Corneli in the 100 metres earlier, and now they return for the 400. And yes, if you weren't with us earlier on, I was mentioning that we had 3 world records in the frame running. It was known as race running then, and it's like change of name just to reflect kind of, I think, visually what it matches up to with the pedal-less trike frame. So this is a competition primarily for athletes with cerebral palsy, as we just look at this fifth round of the long jump before our frame runners get going. That was Suzanne Palmer of Derby with her her fifth round effort. So Emily Thomas there in the long jump in the fifth round. So no jump for her. Over we go to the race. Corneli against Denman. So Denman winning the 100 metres earlier. She's an RR3 athlete and Corneli RR2. I'll explain what they mean now. So RR3 typically athletes with moderate to good steering and trunk function, fewer coordination difficulties and effective starts with good acceleration. RR2 typically athletes with limited range of motion and coordination along with limited stride effectiveness. So obviously Paralympic sport has many classifications based on things like visual impairment and coordination and movement. In this instance there are 3 categories, RR1 to RR3. So maybe the first time that you've seen frame running. As I say, without pedals, these athletes achieving great things, particularly since the inclusion, the opportunity to be part of these England Senior Championships. So Charlie Denman doing extremely well, and she's been performing incredibly well as a frame runner since mid-teens, really, taking gold, silver and bronze medals at the Cerebral Palsy World Games in Barcelona a few years ago. Born with a type of cerebral palsy, but she's been able to smash records. So the clock didn't start there initially, but we'll make sure to check the roster athletics app for the time. And Orla Keneally coming through here. So working her way to the finish and pushing really hard to get across the line with a nice sporting applause from the crowd.
Now we move on to the presentation of medals for the men's pole vault competition. The bronze medal, 4 metres 72, from the City of Sheffield and Durham, Nick Cole. For the silver medal.
So by the way, Nick Cole taking the pole vault bronze medal, 472, 5 metres and 6 for Jack Phipps. And then Charlie Myers, 522, I believe, taking the England title here.
Alice Hopkins goes out to 6:21 in the 5th round, is now on the runway. Jahisha Thomas, 6:49 so far, PB is 6:69, and a great day so far.
So Jahisha Thomas then 5th round. Hopkins has just improved to 6:21. And Thomas, we'll see if she can eke out a few more centimetres as well. Our leader in the competition. I think she's almost dancing there. Really is loving life after the news that she will be going to Munich for those Europeans. So competing indoors for GB in 2019, the European indoors, but her first major outdoor champ. 6:51 there.
One more to come.
So we're moving into the 6th round, of course. That means with Thomas, our leader, having had her 5th jump.
So we move on to the 6th and final round.
So final jump for Jordana Morris in the colours of Bracknell. So trying to work her way closer to that 6 metre mark. keep an eye on this event in its closing stages. That's the Derby vest there of Suzanne Palmer. 5:48 for Morrish. So Suzanne Palmer. So last round effort. So building up speed down the runway and into the pits. The CPB there, that is a 5:79. Keep an eye out for the measurement. So Thomas Talbot, he was also part of the frame running when it entered these championships a few years ago, and I remember him being just 15 years of age at that point, and on a number of occasions he's done the quadruple, winning national age group championships over 100, 200, 400 and 800. He had major hip surgery in 2017 and returning from that to take gold over all of those distances. And his mother heavily involved in cerebral palsy sport as well. Posts lots of updates on frame running on his Facebook page also, and speaks very well about his sport. Was on the England Athletics podcast around a year or so ago on a track night at his club, and really a great advocate for his sport at a young age, based at Lincoln Wellington Club, and has been building towards these championships in what looks like decent weather in Lincoln as well. Won 3 national titles at the National Disability Athletics Championships in Coventry. 3 seasons best in his fastest 200 since 2019 as well, coached by Philip Fleetwood. So here comes Thomas, working really hard in 1:43.56 for him over the 400 metres. So an athlete with a great range, 100 to 800 particularly. And he is another of the RR2 competitors that I mentioned, kind of in the middle of RR1. Severe coordination difficulties to RR3. Moderate to good steering, fewer coordination difficulties. So RR2 is in between those respective categories. Right then, final few jumps we're heading towards. Yona Kruger of South Africa with Chapman, Hopkins and Thomas now to come. 5:59 it looks like for Kruger there. Chapman. Nice shoot off the board there. 6:54 at best for the Welsh international.
So Alice Hopkins on the runway.
So not seeing a measurement come up there. I think it might have been a red flag. That leaves us, I believe, with just 2 more jumps to come then. Alice Hopkins has been steadily improving through the competition, 6:10 and 6:19, 6:21. I'm sure she'd like to get even closer to her lifetime best. So I wonder if we'll get this jump underway before the race starts on the track.
On your mark.
So Faye Olszewska and Debbie O'Connell in this women's 400 metre ambulant final. Olszewska in the bright, unmissable orange of Bexley AC, and Debbie O'Connell, that club I just mentioned of Thomas Talbot's Lincoln Wellington AC. So once again, multiple categories of athletes, this time T20 and T46 respectively. So quite closely matched this one, but Olszewska beginning to pull away now and coming through very strongly with 100 remaining. Down the home straight she comes through this bend. Great shouts of "Come on, Faye" from the main stand. So she's going to have a time of 64.37. O'Connell coming through in second place, a few seconds behind her. Results coming through on the Roster Athletics app, which you can download from your relevant app store. Okay, so coming up now, it's the final long jump of the competition. Jahisha Thomas has already won the gold medal, but now we'll see if she can improve. So Thomas leaps long and over 6 meters.
Does anyone else need block?
Had a fabulous time today, and it's almost like a parade for those delighted to be selected for the European Championships, including Hayley McLean in that category as well, along with a few others who are also going to be involved in Munich.
6:54 improves to there.
So 6:54, very close to her season's best. Fantastic for Jahisha Thomas. So women's long jump has now concluded. So the time is now 3:30. Got the ambulant discus that's just getting underway. We've got Anna Nicholson of Gateshead, Samira Cox of Macclesfield, Gateshead's Emily Stewart and Amy Thompson, Wigan and District. Men's ambulant discus final also happening. We've got Declan Manning, who was also in the hammer, I think in the shot put as well. Michael Jenkins, Ross Bradley and Zach Tandy. And there is Declan Manning. So it looks like we are in the second round of the ambulant discus. So going out around 40 meters there. Men are out on track as well for the ambulant 400 metre final.
So presents our medal for the frame running 400 metres. Gold medal England champion with 1 minute 43.64 from Lincoln Wellington, Tom Talbot.
On your mark.
So Ambulant men's 400 metre final with Lorenzo Millington of New of Essex Beagles, his teammate Toby Markham, Dylan Harris of Reading, Blackheath and Bromley's Prince Reed, Travis Anderson of Durham City Harriers, and Arthur Mills of St Mary's Richmond AC. So once again a mix of categories, T20, T38 and T12 in respect of Mills, the latter. So he's in the white and blue there, with Travis Anderson on his inside, and Prince Reed in the black vest of Blackheath and Bromley. So these three then battling, with Reed coming through very strongly here. So who's going to come through first across the line? These two in direct battle because they're in the same T20 category. And Reed comes through in 53.43 from Anderson and Mills. So full results calculated on RASA point scores in respect of the different classifications. But certainly we know that Reed, same category T20 as Anderson, and they are going to retain those respective positions.
Should be a little
Next event on track is the 800 metres. 2 heats for the women's 800. We're still in the second round of the Ambulant discus competition, mixed men and women. In this first heat, Saskia Huxham of Hallamshire, Philippa Lowe of Decorah, Molly Hudson of Derby, Isabel Hines, Basildon, and Matilda Ryan of Athletics Australia.
So 2 laps of the track for the women's 800 metre final, with Saskia Huxham of Hallamshire Harriers, Decorum's Philippa Lowe, Molly Hudson of Derby, Isabel Ives of Basildon, and Matilda Ryan, the Australian guest here. As we have seen a number of Australian athletes who are also part of the England under-20 and under-23 champs. Australia obviously sending athletes as well to the Commonwealth Games. So busy summer of travelling for the Australians, but I suppose it pretty much always is. Always a long way to go. But yes, just the 5 athletes in this, and obviously 4 of them eligible for England medals in particular. So interesting to see how that plays out. As commented in the men's 5,000 metre final, it might mean that all of them try and stick with the pace. Fewer athletes to come past you. Also, if you try and push and end up being run out of it. So Ives from Ryan at this point. Isabel Ives, 2:04.4 at best. Won this title last year, 7th at the British Championships.
So Ives pushing on down the back straight with Ryan there in 2nd place.
Her sister Abigail Ives had a fantastic couple of years, improving to 2:01 and will go to the World Juniors. Which is taking place in Cali in Colombia, but Isabel holding her line then. Ryan in the green and gold of Australia. And Philippa Lowe now battling low, well known as a 400 runner. European indoor silver medalist in the relay. So maybe her speed will look good down this home straight. But it's Ives that is going to hold on. So Ives takes the English title from Lowe, and Ryan 3rd overall. So Ives coming through from Lowe. Well, I've just been handed a new piece of paper to say, in fact, this isn't a final. It's 2 heats, so that's a surprise coming at the end of the race, but good to be kept on the toes. So instead, it will be top 3 going through. So we'll have Lowe and Ives and Ryan all going through to the final, and 2-time qualifiers across what appears to be 2 heats. So Ambulant discus. This is athlete 5:30, Zach Tandy of the DSW Para Academy.
So 2nd heat of the women's 800 metres. Rhiannon Payne of Cardiff, Jessica Norkins of Thetford, Anna Clark of Green, Steph Driscoll of the Liverpool Harriers, Emily Simpson of Sheffield Reserve, and Beatrix Wraith of the Hawks.
So discus landing around 30 metres there for Tandy. He's an F44 athlete. Classification for participants with a leg deficiency or impaired muscle power or impaired range of movement. So here you can see the lineup for heat number 2, and it features Rhiannon Payne, another athlete who often see over 400 metres, and some athletes just seeing what's possible with their athletics career, moving to different distances. We saw Omololu Abiodun moving from the sprints to the 400, Ria Mitchum's done the same, and others moving up to the 800 metres. You don't get a huge amount of 4 and 8 runners, but a few of decent quality have of course run in the relay. The likes of Jenny Meadows, of course, winning international medals in the 4x4 relay. Marilyn Okoro as well. So Renan Lillington-Payne, Jessica Norcutt, Anna Clark, Steph Driscoll, Emily Simpson and Beatrix Wraith.
So Jessica Norcutt at 400 metres from Emily Simpson.
So Norcutt actually comes through in 64.4, just about in the lead. Norcutt, the Southern Under-20 champion with a best of 2:08.8. You can see there the yellow vest, the Liverpool Harrier, Steph Driscoll, also trying to make a move through. Driscoll with a best of 2:04.4. The England Under-23 silver medalist. And Emily Simpson now also moving past Jessica Norcutt. Simpson in the red and green there. Now in second place. Lillington-Payne, the tallest of the athletes there, now into third. Top three going through, of course, and Norcutt's been run out of it. So it's going to be Driscoll from Lillington-Payne from Simpson in 2:09.26. Fourth and fifth very close behind. So good finishing there from Lillington-Payne.
Ladies long jump competition.
She was fifth here in 2019, lifetime best this year of 2:05.87.
Silver medal with 6:21 from Oxford, Alice Hopkins. Gold medal, an England champion with 6 metres.
So that is the second heat of the women's 800. This is the women's long jump presentation. Elione Kruger of South Africa taking the bronze. Alice Hopkins, Oxford City, taking the silver. Jahisha Thomas, the gold medal and the England long jump champion.
Heat 2, Sue.
We move on to the men's 800 metres. Again, 2 heats, or 2 semis. From the inside, Jordan Chambers of Tunbridge. Then from Fiji, we have Yashnil Karan. The UK Armed Forces, we've got Jack White in 3. And in 4, Johnny White of Portsmouth. Jack Lunn of Australia in 5. Ed Dodd of Portsmouth in 6. Jake Minshall commentary with Ivory in 7.
On your mark.
So same story for the men's 800 metres, just like the women's. It appears we'll have 2 heats, top 3 going through automatically, 2-time qualifiers. In this one we have Jordan Chambers of Tunbridge, Yashnil Karan, the Fijian, Jack White, Johnny White, City of Portsmouth, Jack Lunn, the Australian, Ed Dodd, City of Portsmouth, and Jake Minshall of Coventry, the Diver Harriers, who've had obviously lots of representation from the wheelchair racers so far. So what can we say about these athletes? Well, Jack Lunn won the England Under-23 title, or I should say he was first at the England Under-23s here in Bedford a couple of weeks ago as part of this Australian contingent that's here. 1:46.71 at best. So hitting the bell there, 57.27. The pitter-patter of the athletes coming past the start-finish line and the commentary position. Just led here at the moment by Ed Dodd. Dodd, who has a lifetime best of 1:49.9, 1:53.5 this season. He was fourth at these championships over in 2019, I should say. So there is Lunn. The green and gold of Australia now starting to make a move. Jake Minshall, the youngster, winner of the English Schools title. So here comes Lunn, and incredibly close there. It was the dip on the line from Chambers, which might have helped him through, along with Minshall.
We're just trying to call up medalists. So the women's 100 metre final, please. Medalists. Rachel Miller, the only athlete.
So let's have a look here. It's Ed Dodd, the early leader, who just misses out on an automatic place, but only 2 heats. Should be okay. All depends how this next race goes.
So the lineup for this second heat, second semi-final. Ben Murphy of Tunbridge.
I just need to fix something quickly.
Sam Jones, St Albans. Jack Higgins of Bexley. George Keane of Cambridge. And Ted Higgins of Bexley.
On we go, heat 2, the men's 800 metres. A reminder of those qualifying conditions. Top 3 going through automatically, and then 2 time qualifiers. Benjamin Murphy of Tunbridge, Christian Byron of Birchfield, another that often see over 400 metres. He was at 5th here in 2019 and 3rd here in 2016 over the 1 lap distance. Lifetime best of 1:50.51. Joseph O'Hara of Bexley, the Kent champion, lifetime best of 1:48.8. Sam Jones of St Albans, Jack Higgins of Bexley, George Keane of Cambridge and Coleridge, and then Ted Higgins, also the Bexley athlete.
Still Christian Byron.
So hard to miss those 3 Bexley bright orange vests swarming like bees as they try and make moves up through. Christian Byron holding the inside.
Run under 150 this season.
Benjamin Murphy in 3rd place then, behind Byron, who's trying to get back into the lead. So nearly everyone's in contention for these top 3 automatic spaces here.
Higgins of Bexley as well in 4th place, so possibly
Now
full
that
at the
gap
moment,
starts to
so
open
gap
up.
is closing.
Jack Higgins moving up onto the outside.
So Christian Byram.
So O'Hara,
Higgins comes through,
Higgins and Byron.
and O'Hara on the inside.
Byron just beginning to fade.
First three to go through.
So O'Hara
So
and
two
Higgins
Ben Murphy,
and
153.05.
Murphy the ones that take it. And they are definitely through to the final, 153.05. So Zach Tandy, athlete 530, the Welshman. .41.92 I think I saw there for Tandy. So Samira Cox of Macclesfield, the F13 athlete, and that lands around 25 metres there. So 24.44 for Cox.
So presentation of medals now for the men's wheelchair 400 metres.
So Amy Thompson, her fifth round effort there. As you can see, lifetime best coming up there.
Silver medal, also from the Weir Archer Academy with 52.01, Dylan LeBroy. Gold medal and England champion with 48.37 from Harlow, Richard Chiazaro.
Declan Manning in his third event of the day, lifetime best of 37.37. Now that could be very close to it. So perhaps closer to 35.
And we have the presentation of medals for the women's 100 metres. The bronze medal, new personal best of 11.65 from Leeds City, Hilary Gold.
So Hilary Gold
The silver medal, 100
taking the
outside
100
of
metre
personal
bronze
best,
medal.
11.61 from Wakefield, Leonie Ashmead.
It's a very close final earlier. Leonie Ashmead
For a
getting
great
the
return
silver.
form, gold medal and England
So
champion
medals
with
2 years in a row from her.
From the Thames Valley Harriers, Rachel Miller.
And then Rachel Miller taking the gold and the England title. So you can have a look at results on that roster athletics app. Rachel Miller's time was 11.57, Ashmead 11.61, and Hilary Gold with that lifetime best of 11.65. Ellie Mae Bandy was fourth, 11.75. Diani Walker, 11.85. Ebony Carr, 11.93. And Doyen Adarinto, 12.04. So yes, so 6 women, sub 12 seconds. That's pretty decent for these championships.
The blue ones.
So, presentation of the medal for the women's ambulance 400 metres. The gold medal and England champion, 68.57 from Lincoln Wellington, Debbie O'Connell. So we're underway with the steeplechase final.
So this now the men's 3,000 metre steeplechase with Oliver Newton of Thames Valley Harriers, Alexander Quar, the Australian, Sam Costley of Southampton, and then Ross Connor of City of Stoke. So 3 English athletes, 3 English medalists they will be, just a matter of what order they finish in, of course. And then Alexander Quar, our Australian guest. So the women's steeplechase won by Maisie Grice earlier, closely followed by Emily Moyes in a time of 10:28. So in this Oliver Newton, new lifetime best this year of 9:28.07, coached by David Wilkinson, set that mark in Hendon. Alexander Quar, as you can see there, wearing leg number 2, and he's in second place, the Australian. So it's quite a quality contingent as well that has been sent here. Quar, a tall figure, just 18 years of age, in fact.
Southampton being tracked by Alexander Quar.
Ran a time of 9:06.85 in Sydney in March. He's an 8:31 runner this year, also over the 3,000 metre flat. Second at the Victorian Championships, so regional championships, and then third at the Australian Under-20 Championships. That was where he ran that particular time of 9:06. And second overall at the England Juniors just a couple of weeks ago here in Bedford. Sam Costley, he's come very close to breaking the 9-minute barrier this year. And it's he who leads in the red and white of Southampton from Quar. So 3:08, the 1K split now with 5 laps to go and 2 kilometres. Ross Connor, the other athlete in this, 9:42.32 this year, coached by Kevin Hendricken, the City of Stoke athlete.
Gold medal and England champion.
He is the Southern champion, as well as the Midlands Championship winner as well. So Prince Reed taking the men's 400 metre Ambulant title a few moments ago. That's the medal presentation bottom left of your screen, with Travis Anderson taking the silver and Arthur Mills taking the bronze. Gap between the top 2 and the rest opening up quite a bit on that lap. Costley and Quar taking a lot more momentum through into their hurdling and then off the back as well.
from the 3 laps to go. Still Sam Costley pushing on.
So these athletes running in 2x2 formation. Just look at how the gap is growing lap after lap.
Second couple is too far.
But the second two be glad to have each other for company. Ross Connor and Oliver Newton of City of Stoke and Thames Valley Harriers respectively. And just see how the length of the back straight now separates these two pairs.
So fairly consistent pace then in this steeplechase, 6 minutes 8 at 2k.
6 minutes 8 at the 2 kilometre mark.
15, and maybe we'll speed up in the latter stages.
So perhaps around 9:12 pace. So can Costley or Quart find anything extra in the final 800 metres? The red and white stripes of the Southampton vest matching those across the steeplechase hurdle. And then it looks like Newton has gone into 3rd place, just ahead of Connor, and they are now some 200 metres behind, but still neck and neck. So camera on the far side following them. You can see the main stand at the Bedford International Athletic Stadium as we head into the water jump. There's the splash. It's almost hidden away otherwise.
Into the home straight for the penultimate time.
So Quar just losing a bit of momentum there. The gap grows and he has to put in energy in order to try and bridge it. 7:59 at the bell. And Costley looking fairly comfortable. How much is left in his legs? And does Quar have maybe better flat speed? Tall, long legs of the Australian. What can he do over the remaining 250 metres? So just crossing the line a short while ago, by the way, 250 metres back. Newton from Connor. So that's a battle over England senior silver and bronze. But look at this, Sam Costley, well, he's miles clear of any of the other English athletes. And now bearing that gap over Alexander Quart of Australia. So here comes Sam Costley then. Lifetime best coming into this of 9 minutes. He's going to be just outside that, but a fantastic performance. Pretty much gun to tape. 9:09.41 from Quart, finishing strongly in 2nd overall. And then this comes down to great battle here. Look at this. Over the final barrier, Newton has the better exit in the pale blue of Thames Valley Harriers. Ross Connor of City of Stoke trying to come around the outside. Over the final barrier, they're both chasing hard. And Connor does get back past. And then Newton takes the English bronze medal.
I was panicking, I went too early there. Half past service.
Yeah, come on.
get me arrested. It's getting too exciting. It's getting too exciting. He's getting too excited.
Yeah, you know some stuff. I'm good now.
Yeah, alright. I'll meet me up there.
I'm going to radio.
15, yeah?
Yeah?
15.
Oh, can I come and go and see your brother?
Tell him, man. Go do copper. Let a pit.
Exactly. Even though it's been absolutely tremendously hard work, it's been very enjoyable.
If I knew, I would tell you.
Yeah, especially with everyone carrying back of bananas and all the drink shops back here. And my son was bloody officially he said, oh, the only with them bananas he's looking for. I said, well, he can get him out of the fucking bin, can't he? Yeah, so the banana qualified.
Are you pulling them off that? Are you pulling them off that app? That what's it called? You know that app? Is that where you're pulling them off? Yeah, that app. Steve mentioned that I can't even remember what it's called. Steve mentioned that app that like keeps the like, scores and times. He asked about it in the chat. Maybe I'm just confused about what that does.
So next time, will be a series of 100 metre races with the men's wheelchair final due off. Building up to the final of the men's 100 metres. Rounding off the day with the men's 40 metres semi-finals.
So you're watching live coverage then of the England Athletics Senior Championships. We've just seen Sam Costley win the steeplechase, and he's joined me now. So Sam, how was that for you? Nice win there. Yeah, and just tell me, is steeplechase your preferred distance?
Yeah, that's what I've been targeting this year and last few years. Yeah, I like to still do a few flat races through the year because I think the general speed and sort of stamina of a flat race does help when it comes to the chase.
And it's interesting, we have this kind of Australian contingent. You have an Australian runner there, young Australian, who you probably wouldn't have known as much about as some of the English guys.
Yeah, it's always great to sort of race new people. I don't know, it seems like there's quite a few of the sort of young Australians over at the moment, so it's nice that they're coming over and racing, and yeah, it creates a sort of new dynamic for the races for us.
Tell me about how you started in the sport and how you got into steeplechasing then. You're part of the Southampton AC Club.
Yeah, both my parents used to run and, well, still run. And yeah, they definitely got me into the sport. Never sort of pressurised me to do it, but found the sort of love of the sport myself. And yeah, always stuck doing it since sort of 8 or 9.
So obviously we have this bumper summer of athletics with 3 major championships. What's most exciting about that for you? Have you been watching much of it? Obviously we have the Commonwealth Games literally right on the horizon.
Yeah, so I live in Birmingham at the moment, and yeah, it was a bit chaos trying to get here today. Luckily watched the men's and women's marathon this morning before heading off. Yeah, it's great to see, as not everybody can do all 3 champs, it's great to see the sort of strength and depth of the endurance events at the moment. Obviously Jake Whiteman winning out in Eugene, and yeah, strong performances across the board. It's great to see.
Is that a race that you stayed up for, or did you watch the next morning? Because is I mean, either way, it's something to stay up for, or an amazing thing to wake up to. I think I woke up to it, but I checked Instagram at like 6 in the morning, and the first post I saw was like, I just bought it for myself, but now I have to wake up and watch it.
Yeah, I was quite the same. I accidentally was looking at somebody's birthday on Facebook and just saw it pop up straight away, and I was like, oh, that's ruined my breakfast watching. But yeah, it's great to see, and didn't spoil any of the emotion of actually watching it when I came around to it.
So what are your ambitions maybe over the next couple of years? Have you set yourself any targets or any ideas in mind?
Yeah, this year's been great for me. Obviously winning today was one of the sort of key focuses of this year. Was lucky enough to run for England earlier in the summer at Loughborough International and made my first British champs this year. So yeah, it's trying to tick off more things like that. Yeah, keep knocking away at the PBs, and before you know it, you're looking at sort of qualifying times for things.
So tell me what you gained then from the experience of being part of the British Senior Championships, and kind of what the experience was like, who you maybe sort of were close to, rubbed shoulders with, anything that you learnt, anything that was taken more seriously than normal.
Yeah, it was funny. I picked up my numbers and then headed straight to the toilet, and coming out of the cubicle I went in was George Mills. When I came out, Josh Kerr came in, and when I was washing my hands, Jake Hayward was there, and I was thinking these great guys that I'm looking up to, and just seeing them as sort of normal human beings with the same sort of pre-race anxiety that you have, and you're thinking, wow, these guys seem more sort of where they're at's attainable, which is a great sort of confidence boost for myself. And then yeah, seeing the quality in the chase there, 3 great guys at the front, really made it a strong, hard race in tough conditions.
Yeah, thinking about the steeplechase in particular, is there any athletes that you particularly admire, or maybe have watched their technique and things like that, and have maybe learnt from?
Yeah, it's great. Being in Birmingham at the moment, I'm lucky enough to train with the uni group, and Luke Gunn himself, an amazing steeplechaser. He's just got such knowledge for the sport, on steeplechase and endurance running as well. And it's great to look up to like Will Battershill and Mark Pearce, who are running amazingly at the moment and pushing for teams. And then youngsters like Tom Bridger, he's running amazingly at the moment and just going out to World Under-20s.
Yeah, it seems like there's a really strong, settled group under Luke Gunn at the University of Birmingham, and you've got a nice track now as well. And great to see the way the campus is just, kind of living, breathing sport at the moment. I was really impressed actually last night. I saw that the Bournebrook pitches has got the hockey there, and literally it's across campus. So great to see the way that Birmingham is coming alive with sport, particularly though the campus.
Yeah, it is. It's amazing to go around there when all the sport's going on. This week I'm going to a lot of things. Hockey, cricket, athletics, and many other sports as well. And it's great to see that it is a great place to be. I went to uni at Loughborough, and it was the same vibe of just so much sport always going on. And I think it's great place to be for everybody.
Fantastic stuff. I'm slightly biased because I went to the University of Birmingham, but brilliant to see. Sam Costley, thanks very much for joining. Congratulations on your 3,000 metre steeplechase title, the English senior title, and well done, best of luck.
Cheers, thank you for having me, and thanks for putting on such a great event.
No worries.
And we move on to the presentation of the men's ambulance distance. The bronze medal is 41.92 from PSW Para Academy, Zachary Tony. The silver medal, 36.72 from the City of Norwich, F.A. Manning.
What are you?
Gold medal, England championship, 49.18 from Cambridgeshire, Michael Javelin.
Over to the men's 100 metre wheelchair final then. So we have James Freeman, Jean Zhu, Marcus Perrineau-Daly, Joe Brazier, Jamie Edwards. Look like there is a DNS in the middle of all of that. Just trying to work out which lane it might be. I think that it's lane 2 that's DNS. So Zhu gets a great start there. Perrineau-Daly, the T52 former wheelchair rugby athlete, alongside then Joe Brazier and Jamie Edwards. Fantastic finish there from Joe Brazier, in fact. 17.50 to just come through in the last 10 metres. Really strong finish from him in the green chair. So have a look here. Zhu is leading at this point, but coming through so strongly. And Edwards, I think, would have come past as well had there been another 10 metres or so further of the race. So live coverage here from the Bedford International Athletic Stadium, and we have around an hour's left of the action still to come. And incidentally, what they've done is split the 100 metre wheelchair final into 2 groups, Group A and Group B. And then Raza point scores used to calculate the medalists like there were in the 400. So Richard Chiasaro already has that 1 gold medal. He will go up next with Hilmi Shawal, Mostez Jomny and Dylan Labroy, and that race will go momentarily. They're just working their way towards the 100 metre start. So there is the timetable. Some slight adjustments to that have been made in the last couple of hours. For example, the women's 100 metre final has already happened because no semi-finals were needed. And there's no 1500 metre wheelchair final at that particular time. So a few shuffles around. So that's the last event at 5:10, though. I do know that 400 semis. Nice to hear the voice of Sam Costley after his 3,000 metre steeplechase win there. That was who you just heard, and indeed I believe saw as well on the screen. So we're just waiting for more action to take place. We've seen some decent field events today, including Jahisha Thomas involved. She's on her way to the European Seniors, of course, next month. It looks like we are ready for a start. So Chiasaro, Shawal, Jomny and Labroy. So it looks like just track action through to the close of play in an hour's time. So once again Chiasaro going strongly. Look at Labroy though, and his burst of speed, but it's not going to be enough to beat Richard Chiasaro across the line. Jomny and then Shawal, 14.74, a season's best for Richard Chiasaro.
Tony.
The silver medal, the Elizabeth West, 940.88, the City of Stonecross, Connor. And the gold medal, the England champion, with 909.45, Sam Costley.
So Newton, Connor and Costley, the medalist, bronze, silver, gold in that order in the men's 3,000 metre steeplechase.
Not too great.
So far today we have seen Jahisha Thomas vindicate her selection for the European Championships with a 6 metre 54 long jump gold medal victory. We saw Rachel Miller take the women's 100 title. Serena Vincent successfully defended her shot put title, 16 metres and 3 also earlier. Henny McLean was the fastest in the 400 metre hurdles heats to set up what should be a great battle for that final.
We have the Ambulant releases within final shortly. So the four contestants in the step on the leaders, got William Jackson, Bob Hyle on the inside, and Andrew Brown, Tails Owen, Sally Brown, Sean, and then on the outside, Rebecca Scott, Steve Lynch, and Lord Hart.
So coming up next, the women's 100 metre ambulant final. Beeb Jackson of Harlow, Madeline Down of Hales Owen, Sally Brown of Charnwood, and Rebecca Scott of Stevenage and North Herts. So Down in the yellow vest once again, incredibly strong, and she's going to come through first ahead of Brown and Scott and Jackson in 13:63. So Brown and Scott in direct competition in both the T47 category. Jackson T44, Down T38, and full result calculated on point scores. So in a couple of minutes time, the next race will be the men's 100 metre ambulant final, and it will feature Joseph Strong, Segun Samuel, Niels Rame, Stephen Stone, James Ledger, Carl Keyworth and Josiah Williams. So there is some of the supporters inside the stadium. Rio Mitchum just back to camera with the backpack on. Some of the officials here, of course, so vital to the running of the event. So many important volunteers here, from the photo finish team, the timekeepers, track and field judges. The officials all doing a great job. And we know that official numbers generally have been a little bit down on what they were pre-pandemic levels, but the sport is trying to innovate and think of different ways perhaps of doing things and ways of managing with perhaps one or two fewer officials.
the inside, it's Joe Strong, Stevenage, then Stephen Samuel, South London, and pretty quick earlier on. Nils Reed of the CAR is in 3, Steve Stone of the Victoria, and in 5, James Legend of DSW, Kyle Keewood of Manchester Harriers is in 6, and in 7, Isaiah Williams, Eastbourne Road.
So the Ambulant men's 100-metre final. Joseph Strong, Segan Samuel, Niels Rome, Stephen Stone, James Ledger, Kyle Keyworth and Josiah Williams. So Segan Samuel going really nicely. Now Niels Rome. Very, very close on the line. 11:63 the winning time. James Ledger, the T11 athlete there, just coming through. So let's have a look. It's Ledger on the inside there. Visually impaired athlete Samuel, though, did just take it in the Great Britain kit, the South London Harrier. Wonderfully close race. Samuel, the T46 athlete, and Ledger, T11.
Yeah, as time goes on. Yeah. But there's nothing wrong with that. It was like we took our time there. Yeah, we just built it. Yeah. And then we had that.
rugby team as much as anything else, so until track finishes. I'm already quite proud now. Some people 1,500, 1,800 quid they're paying. Cheaper Airbnb and stuff like that. But I'm already, I mean, the Olympics, London 2012 cost me £25,000 plus. Now, sounds a lot. Somebody said to you, there's a ticket that gets you in the stadium every day, inside the thing, with a hotel, the whole Olympics, Javelin, £25. If you're a keen athlete, it's like being in the middle there. You've never get it. London 2012 is one experience you had. So, don't get me wrong, I knew what Olympics were going to do. I didn't actually realise what it was that much. That's the whole 2012 scenario. So that was going out to New Zealand, get the opening season, and world champs. I had to pay the flights, but everything else we paid for was on there. We've done a trip to Stratford now. Lost early, paid people my wages. Because don't forget, right there, my daughter in the day's wage, she'll pay something else to be there for the job. So the lorry goes into the hotel, you have to pay a driver to drive the lorry to the test station, sit down for 4 hours and drive back. Well, I will do it myself. So, yes, it cost me my time, it doesn't cost me money. Now, it's cost me money. So that cost me up to 500 quid to get MOT for the day itself. That's why I can't know. So, it don't take long to make things up that way. To get to, it's not £10 here, £10 there, it's £500 quid. And the repairs to the lorry. When half the repairs are probably done myself, I end up sending it to someone.
So with the following presentation, please. Jamie Edwards, Year 2, Go Year 2, Jamie Edwards,
Hi. When you get hold of somebody at Horsepath, the 2 time slots that we used there on the last weekend, charges are still in the wall. But both time clock charges are still in the wall. Yeah, that's fine, I can do that, but it doesn't help. Have you got anybody that can track it down and get them to safety, please? And you in Birmingham? Yeah, enjoy yourself.
And we're also going to go to London Jazz, and
there's an offer, darling. I'll get them all back.
So now we can get ready for the commencement of the ball on some the left arm will be benefits.
Stop the systems, Joe.
As long as I can identify they're there, B, just get them somewhere safe when you get back.
So the action now about to resume with the final of the men's 100 metres. So Kieran Daly in lane 1, the 2018 Southern bronze medalist with a lifetime best of 10.18. Alongside him, Confidence Lawson, always a strong performer at these championships. Ollie Bromby, a season's best of 10.25 earlier on today. 10.22 at best, the former European under-23 medalist. And then Nick Walsh alongside him, a strong semi-final winner earlier. Eugene Amodansi, the British silver medalist, sprung a bit of a surprise on that occasion. 10.18 windy semi-final win, really impressive there, very close to his lifetime best this year as well. 10.21 wind legal. Louis Hinchcliffe, though, he has really set this track alight. 10.3 PB in the heat, that was wind legal, then went on to 10.19 in the semi-final, which was over the legal limit. David Morgan Harrison, the British Universities champion and also Northern gold medalist, 10.3 this year, he's improved to. And then Daniel Afire of Thames Valley Harriers, 10.4 PB in the heat. So that actually makes it very closely matched. It's quite possible that someone like Hinchcliffe, who really seems to be having a good day today, can get right amongst the sharp end of this race. Perhaps the marginal favourite is Amodansi. Bromby has been very strong as well. So, Daly, Lawson, Bromby, Walsh, then no Amodansi. DNS, Hinchcliffe, Morgan Harrison and Afire. So, well, that's interesting because just as I say he's the marginal favourite, he's not actually in the race at all. I've had a few of those. I mentioned that in 2016 Reece Prescott ran 10.04 in the heats and then didn't take further part in the competition, perhaps judging that he'd had a good comp by running that sort of time. Joel Fearon went on to run 9.96 in the final. Don't think we're quite going to get something like that today. And the wind has again picked up a little bit, but it would be nice to have a legal time. So with no Amodansi, Ollie Bromby becomes one of those who has run 10.2 fairly consistently, and Morgan Harrison 10.3 along with Hinchcliffe. There was a cheer actually from the crowd as they heard that there was a green card. So David Morgan Harrison in the England kit there, following on from the great sprinting form of his brother, of course, Andy Morgan Harrison, both putting Kingston upon Hull on the map. Will it be Ollie Bromby or perhaps someone else is going to stand on the top side of the podium? Daly, Lawson, Bromby, Walsh, Hinchcliffe, Morgan Harrison and Afire. The final of the men's 100 metres. Bromby Rao racing with Lawson alongside him, trying to fight through. But Ollie Bromby surely is just going to get to the line first, with Hinchcliffe finishing quickly. And then Walsh very close up with him. 10.32 on the clock. So Hinchcliffe looks to have got himself a medal. It's a legal wind. So the fact that it's the Sheffield and Dearn Athletes Day has been rubber stamped, albeit it's Bromby on the top step of the podium, and really it seemed like there was no catching him. So that is a decent coup then for Ollie Bromby. European under-20 bronze medalist 2017, and then following that up with silver 2 years later. And since then he's been trying to kick on and perhaps lower his times. 10:22 his PB, and getting very close to that earlier on today. Well, let's have another look at this race. So let's have another look at this race then, because it's actually perhaps closer than it initially looked. So Ollie Bromby appearing to take the title, but stadium announcer saying it's been given to Louis Hinchliffe. Well, very interesting. It was close on the line and not possible to tell from every angle. We'll have a look at the results on the Roster Athletics app as well. So in a moment we'll have the medal presentation for the men's wheelchair 100 metres.
Very short. One very short one out.
3 semi-finals, 4 men's 400 metres, so those are the first two qualified by rights in practice. also the presentation please, Hinchcliffe Bromley Walsh for presentation.
I don't know what happened. It all went all blackly and everything.
So I think we are ready for the presentation for the women's Ambulant 100 metre final. The bronze medal, 14.52, from Arnold B. Jackson. The silver medal, 13.90, from Charles Brown. And the gold medal, England champion with 13.67 from Hildo and down. So the lineup for this first semi-final. On the inside, from Joseph Francis, Tyler Johnson. Then on the green, Tom Terrell,
With the contingency that I might go to it.
from Windsor, John Clark, in 5.
10 minutes or something. Yeah. That's great.
On the middle, Bristol in 6, Connor Hill and Cannon in 7, and Mark Cotton, Bristol and West in 8. Not sure Tom Terrell is there,
So the 100 metre men's final result confirmed, and it was given to Louis Hinchcliffe. 10.32, Oliver Bromby 10.34, and Nick Walsh 10.37. So Hinchcliffe really was finishing fast. It really did look, upon first viewing, like Ollie Bromby had taken that title. So first semi of the men's 400 metres. Top two going through automatically. Two-time qualifiers. Let's do it. Tyler Johnson, Omololu Abiodun, Thomas Carell, Jamal Marcus Roden Stevens. With the double barrel. Jamal Clark, Ollie Biddle, Conor Neal, Mark Cotton. It's another DNS this time. It's Thomas Carell from 3. So Mark Cotton going nicely on the outside, went off pretty hard in the heat in the opening 200. It's Jamal Marcus Roden Stevens who's been doing some quick 100s and 200s, working on his speed, perhaps paying dividends here. A man who'd love a place in GB relay teams for sure, as a starting point to individual selection. So Roden Stevens looking very strong and looking to stamp down some authority in this semi-final. Who's going to join him in the final, though? Good battle with the two Bristol and West athletes, Biddle in 6 and Cottam in 8. Look at this lead for Jamal Marcus Roden Stevens. Biddle second. An incredible battle for third between Mark Cottam and Jamal Clark of Windsor Slough, Eton and Hounslow in the blue and yellow. 46.33 for Jamal Marcus Roden Stevens. So perhaps he sees it as two opportunities to stamp down a time in the semi and the final. And build some momentum. 45.95 this year. Over the last couple of years we've seen quite a few athletes break 46 for the first time. Joe Breyer, Charlie Dobson, Alex Haydock Wilson all improving their PBs recently, obviously, Matthew Hudson-Smith, the world bronze medalist, taking the British record off of Ewan Thomas, only just the Diamond League in the US. So Rhea Mitchum, the British senior bronze medalist, the standout athlete of heat, or semi-final I should say, number 2. So Lee Thompson will also be in this, the world indoor semi-finalist from 2018. Lee Thompson, 46.45 this year, 2.5 tenths off his PB. So very close to it. It's just that a number of men have ran faster than ever before this year. And including that Dan Putnam and Ben Higgins, who go in semi-final number 3. In fact, 23 men this year have gone sub 47 seconds. So this is the result from the men's 100 metre final. Hinchliffe from Bromby from Walsh. And then Morgan Harrison, might have expected him to be a little bit closer, in fact. But the top 3, just look how it separates them. Should be close in the 400 metre final. We'll wait and see who makes it. Ben Wells of Yeaton District, Lewis Thorne of Braintree and District, a lot of districts here. Lee Thompson of City and Sheffield and Durn, Ipswich's Cameron Bailey, Carl Alexander of Givenwick North. Rio Mitchum is a DNS of Birchfield. I've got to stop talking athletes up between semis and finals, or heats and semis. Matthew Overall for Crawley, and Kevin Hodgson of Bournemouth. So here we go, lots of roars from the crowd as they get underway now. 1 lap of the track, and looking menacing right on the inside there. Ben Wells in the yellow and green of Yeaton District, moving past Lewis Thorne in the red and yellow. Remember your colours. What about blue and green? That's Lee Thompson, City of Sheffield and Durn, now making his way through. Going well on the outside. Here's Matt Overall of Crawley in the black and yellow. So now Kyle Alexander, impressive in the heats, battling with Lee Thompson. It'll be these two making it through to the final, and they can ease up with Overall. He'll be pleased with that race as a whole. For Crawley, 48.17 on that clock. Men's 100 ambulant medalist. So Sagan Samuel bronze. James Ledger with the sprinter McCoy Campangelli as his guide runner. and Kyle Keyworth taking the gold. So that result calculated then on RASA point scores by virtue of the classifications.
When I was here a couple of weeks ago, Chris just like put the cops to wrap it up basically straight after the event. We didn't wait.
Third semi-final next on track. We'll have Ellis Greytrix. He'll go in lane 1. So Ellis Greytrix, Bucks, British Universities, that is indoor silver medalist for Nottingham Trent, and then outdoors as well. New personal best of 47.09 this year, the Southern Indoor 4th placer and 2017 English Schools champion. He was a European Under-18 finalist in 2016 and ran the heats as part of the European Under-23s in 2019 when a silver medal was won, with the likes of Lee Thompson, Alex Haydock-Wilson and Cameron Chalmers, who now moving into the senior ranks, of course, which is a nice segue onto the fact that Joe Breyer as well, I should say. Yeah, Joe Breyer, Cameron Chalmers, Alex Haydock-Wilson, all now part of the senior European relay team, having just been selected. Lewis Davey and Rio Mitchum a little bit younger, and also make it in, along with Kevin Metzger, the former triple jumper, with a best of 45.97, and then Charlie Dobson, the incredibly talented 200 and 400 metre runner, selected individually for the 200 as well, but has had a few issues with injuries, so wait and see how he goes. But really exciting talent. So Ellis Greytrix in 1, Dale Willis in 2, Ben Higgins, the British indoor champion, in 3, Callum Rorison, the Australian, Dan Putnam, recent PB for him in Stratford, Maverick Pamphil, impressive in his heat win, Hakan Dalbal, another improver this year, and medalist at the British Universities, and then Ben Hawkes on the outside, who was 4th at the England Under-23s. So Dalbal, who just squeezed in terms of qualification for the semi, going nicely, as is at Pamphil in the red, blue and navy. Ben Higgins, watch out for him, same colours as Dalbal, blue and green, from lane 3. So Higgins and Putnam going to come through first and second down the straight. So Putnam now being roared on from Higgins and Rorison, 47.28. So we know for sure that Putnam and Higgins will be in that final. So Ben Higgins improving this year to 46.38 and Dan Putnam 46.33. So we'd expect them to be closely matched and in good form. So that shapes up very nicely for the final then. Hard to call who any particular favourite might possibly be, but no Rio Mitchum though. And we know that Dan Putnam, Ben Higgins through Lee Thompson look good. Kyle Alexander, he was the winner of that second semi-final. 47.62 actually his lifetime best, so that's quite some way off some of the others who are low 46s. And then the first semi-final had Jamal Marcus, Roden Stevens, Ollie Biddle, the first two, and they also go through. So have a look overnight and into the evening on the Roster Athletics app with all the results to gradually come through. And we will hopefully resume action tomorrow at 10:30. Just double checking, see that timetable then. So let's have a look. Hammer, women's hammer 10:45, featuring Lottie Payne, the British champion, who will go to the Europeans. So that's the first action, in fact, 10:45. And then 400 metre hurdles finals on the track at 11 o'clock. Then we kick off with the 200 metres. Haven't seen any of that yet, including frame running, wheelchair and ambulant. And then sprint hurdles. Haven't seen any of that either. As we take a look at the time, so you can have a look on the Roster Athletics app or the England Athletics website under the calendar section, featuring all the national championships, and obviously find today's date, and you'll see the timetable is there along with some of the other pieces of event information. Haven't kicked off any 1500 metres, and we will have straight finals in those to come as well. Women's 5,000, also finishing off with sprint hurdles and then 200 metre finals. So essentially between 10:45 and 4:10 tomorrow the action will be. So join us for as much of that as you can. Looks like the action though is drawn to a close here at the Bedford International Athletics Stadium. So we'll be back tomorrow for day 2 of the England Athletics Senior Championships. Goodbye.